Claire, you'll want to go back to the shared screen so we can see that.
Are you able to see that?
Looks great. Good job.
Okay, let me check in with you, Claire. And does it look like we have our board members here? Oh, I'll check in with each once I get the meeting going, but I'll check with you first.
Yes, Chairman, it does.
Okay, fantastic. And for everybody out there, Claire is, Eric is having Claire run this, learning how to run this as well. And so it should be fun. We're going to do well. Okay, so I want to welcome everybody. It is just past 3 o'clock, and this is Tuesday, April 13th. And so we have a special session and a regular session scheduled for today. So it's nice and breezy out there, a lot of energy. So we welcome everybody on board. The first item of business is, as I'm doing, is to call the meeting to order. And I'll check in with the supervisors to see who we have out there. I'll go by them numerically. Supervisor District 1, Patrice Horstman.
I am here, Chair Ryan, and good afternoon, members of the board and staff.
And that beautiful public out there too, right?
And
yes.
all the public out there.
Yes. All right, District 2, Geronimo Vasquez.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Look forward to a good meeting this afternoon. And hello, everyone. Thank you.
All right. And District 4, Judy Begay, Supervisor Judy Begay.
I'm here.
All right.
Excited to see for the meeting to start and get it done and over with. And I want to say thank you for everyone that's here, staff, and others, and other board members and people that are on the line. Thank you.
All right. And then District 5, Vice Chair and Supervisor Lena Fowler. I didn't see Lena out there.
Mr. Chair, it does not look like she's logged on yet.
Okay. Well, we do have a quorum, so we can move on with business, and we'll know when Supervisor Fowler checks in. Okay. Next item of business is the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Could everybody please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? If you do not have a flag, face to the east, and we will have one posted on the screen. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Wonderful. Now, the next item of business is a call to the public. And the call to the public is a courtesy that we provide for the public to bring items to our attention that may not be on our agenda. And so we'll take a moment to do that. I'm going to have Claire explain how we do that. Claire?
Certainly, thank you. So if any of the members of the public have something to say, they can raise their hand and we will call upon them with just audio.
Okay, so you have a chance to look at your screen and raise your hand if you wish to comment. And I'll just give it just a little bit. There's always delay with electronic. We can sing that that song for washing your hands, right? All right, especially now during COVID. Okay, that's right. It was Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. So Claire, I'm guessing you're not seeing any hands. I don't see any out there myself.
We do not have any hands.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and close the call to the public. If there is an item that you wish to speak to on the agenda, that time will be provided when those items come up. Next item of business, though, is we have a proclamation today, and it's consideration and possible action to approve the proclamation designating April 2021 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And I believe we have Brooke Fulton from NACASA, the program manager with North Country Healthcare, that will read the proclamation. And I see you out there, Brooke. So welcome aboard, and the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. So Coconino County Proclamation designating April 2021 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month is intended to bring awareness to the fact that sexual violence is pervasive and has public health implications for every community. And whereas nationwide, every 73 seconds, someone is sexually assaulted. Every 9 minutes, that person is a child. 1 out of 6 women and 1 out of 33 men have been sexually assaulted in their lifetime. And whereas 34% of Native American women, 44% of lesbian women, 26% of gay men, nearly 50% of transgender individuals have experienced sexual assault in their lifetime. College students are 3 times more likely to be sexually assaulted. And whereas Coconino County encourages all community members to work together to promote education about sexual violence prevention, supporting survivors, and speaking out against harmful attitudes and actions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that to bring awareness to sexual assault, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors recognizes April 2021 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
So I would entertain a motion for approval. I have Supervisor Horstman raising her hand out there. Supervisor Horstman?
Yes,
I second that.
I absolutely make a motion for the approval of this very important proclamation and recognition of the awareness for sexual awareness throughout our community, state, and our country.
And I believe I have a second from Supervisor Begay. All right. Okay, and I'll call for the question and then provide an opportunity to comment. Awesome. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. And then I'll provide an opportunity for the board to comment. But before I do, Brooke, did you have any additional comments? I know you were reading the proclamation. I didn't check in to see if you came with a prepared statement, so I don't want to put you on the spot if you're not prepared to do so.
No, Mr. Chair, I don't have a prepared statement, but I do just want to thank the board for their continued support. This is obviously incredibly important to those of us working in anti-violence, and we appreciate your dedication. Thank you.
All right. And then just checking in, did we have staff members? I'm sorry, I didn't do my due diligence that we're going to comment on this.
No, Mr. Chairman. No comment from staff.
But I'll turn back to the board and I'll start it off. Obviously, a very serious problem that we have throughout our county, throughout the nation. We have zero tolerance, obviously, but so important that we're there to help those that have had such a difficult situation arise. We really appreciate all the work that we've always appreciated the partnership that we've cooperated with NACASA and everything that you've done, and especially for you bringing forward this proclamation. Do we have other board members that wish to comment?
Sure,
It looks like Supervisor Geronimo Vasquez. Go ahead.
Sure, I just want to thank you for putting out this This proclamation, I think it's really important, and I think we need to highlight it and support the eradication of violence against women or violence, unnecessary violence against anyone, really. So I appreciate these efforts and just keep doing the hard work you're doing. It's needed and it's necessary and it's appreciated. Thank you.
And it looks like I have Vice Chair Lena Fowler that's joined us. And did you want to comment, Vice Chair?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is such an important awareness, and it is so sad that this does take place in our communities, within our own homes, and it takes so much away from the individual and the family and loved ones that end up supporting the individuals throughout, a lot of times throughout their whole life. Just really hinders an individual's dreams and hopes and life, and so it is an important awareness that, one, to protect yourself. I really like how our sheriff does the presentation on situational awareness that even applies to something like this, where, you know, when you're alone or when you're traveling or even as a group, to be aware of who's around you and to take care of yourself. And it also really is an opportunity for education, for, I guess that's part of the education, but for young individuals, and to that are not aware of this happening in life, to have them be aware of it. And I really appreciate everything that you all are doing. And it's a painful job because you have to listen to the pains of others. And so just take care of you yourselves emotionally and physically and spiritually. I think that's what goes with something like this. So thank you so much for bringing this to the board. And I wish all the whole county to join the board in making this an awareness in our community so it would stop happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Looks like Supervisor Horst.
Yes, just Brooke, thank you for you and all at CASA and all those here in our community that are involved in prevention of sexual violence. Certainly for survivors and advocates, this is an important awareness proclamation. And I want to again, thank you for this. I remember back in the 1980s when we did the Take Back the Night marches and for awareness. And this is certainly very important to spread the word and to make sure that we are all active in the prevention of sexual violence. So thank you so much, Brooke.
Supervisor again.
Yeah, good afternoon. Everything that the other supervisors have mentioned is something that I think is very important. And then also, you know, even though I think a lot of times there's counseling done to these women or girls or others, you know, it still stays with them for life in some instances. And so it's really hard for them to cope with a lot of things. And so a lot of prevention would actually, you know, be something that we should be out there doing wherever we go and wherever we have a lot of people that are there. So I just want to say, in addition to what everybody has said, you know, it's something that's very devastating that happens to someone, and it really messes them up at some time. And like I said, the counseling will not really help that much. And so I guess it's everyone's responsibility to ensure that, you know, we're doing a lot of prevention. And I thank you and your staff and everyone that you work with and others that are in the same thinking that having this proclamation passed and acknowledged by the board. I think that's very important and it's good. Thank you.
All right, thank you, board members. Thank you, Brooke, really for bringing this to our attention again, for all the work that you're all doing out there. Next item of business that we have is the consent agenda. And the consent agenda is routine in nature. Often we will have seen a work session, or it might be a renewal or on a contract. We typically take a single motion associated with the items unless a board member wants to separate an item. I will separate item 5 just for a little bit of clarification associated with an update on that. But I'll turn to the board and see if we need any other items separated. And if not, I will consider a motion for approval. We have items 2 through 10 making up the consent agenda. Does anybody care to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
All right, I have a motion by Supervisor Geronimo Vasquez to approve the consent agenda. I have a second. Was that from Supervisor Begay? Any comments? With no comments, I'll go ahead and call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. And Steve, do I turn to you, or do you want me to turn to Sue on this one?
Mr. Chairman, Sue Brown is prepared to cover the item that she asked for it to be separated. So
okay.
We'll just turn over to Sue. Thank you.
All right. And Sue, if you could help us with the clarification on this, that would be great. Oh, you're muted, Sue. Now it shows muted. There we go. Can't hear you. No?
Director Brown, we can't hear you. You may need to reconnect, or if you have a headphone.
It was doing the Mickey Mouse voice, Sue.
Oh, you got a Mickey Mouse voice. Yeah, I couldn't hear anything, but yeah, you're working on that.
It typically has to log back in.
Mr. Chair, while they're doing that, maybe, I don't know if we want to go to the next item, or we'll just wait for Sue to come back. Your choice.
Yeah, I was just contemplating that. This is, next item is COVID. That'll take a while on that. Let's just give it a half a minute here. I think we can see if Sue.
She'll be right on.
Yeah. Did you hear Joanne Keene advising on the technical side of things? All right.
It happens to Sue all the time, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a shame. That's part of being out at facilities. Okay, Sue, try it again.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
All right.
Yay.
It does. It happens to me a horrible amount of times, so I apologize. Thank you for considering this item today. We had a slight change at the very end of our conversations with the landlord, where we needed to change some verbiage to make the provision of certificates of insurance mutual. So we made those changes and agreed to a restricted amount of days where if your insurance changes, you need to provide it to the other party, and that came to 5 days. That is the sole change that was made to the document. We did send that to the board and the county manager on Friday, and Lindsay was also able to help us direct to ask you to separate it as well. So I want to thank everyone for that. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. It was a very small change.
And the most important thing here is just to note that the board has already received that, and our action is associated with the changes. So we can now move the item 5 with those modifications. Anybody? Supervisor Horstman?
Yeah, I'll be happy to make the motion, but also, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a comment after the vote, if I may. So,
please.
Yes, I would move that we accept the lease as presented by the department, and we proceed for the lease agreement between TRZ Holdings as lessor and Coconino County as lessee for the office building located at 420 North San Francisco Street.
All right, and I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman, a second by Supervisor Geronimo Vasquez. I'll go ahead and call for the question, and then we can comment. Are you okay with that, Patricia?
That'd be great.
All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay, and now I'll turn to Supervisor Horseman.
Yeah, just real quick, and of course I support this and think it's important for adult probation to have a department, but this is, you know, I know it's been the county's intent to move away from not spending money for leased spaces for county departments and county staff. And I just, since we'll be talking about this later, I just want us to take a look at this and look at when we're discussing on ARP money and discussing county needs to take a look at facilities and what we need to cover our departments and our employees. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Horseman. I'll add a comment associated with those comments definitely apply, and we have the opportunity to discuss that further, but also for the sake of the move out of the current adult probation office, woefully challenged with time, need for public restrooms, many different needs. This may be a temporary transition that we have a contract that we have set up and have just approved. So it is a good interim step to get us out of the building that we had. It also is moving adult probation up to same location that we used to have HR. For anybody that didn't know, we moved HR, our Human Resources Department, into the 219 East Cherry, which is the administrative building up on the 3rd floor up there. So, all right, good job to everybody working on this. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. That concludes our consent agenda, and we're ready to move into discussion and possible action. This is the discussion and update related to the county response to COVID-19 pandemic, including testing, vaccine distribution, partnership opportunities, and I'll turn to our county manager, Steve Peru. Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Before I turn it over to Kim Musselman to do her report, I want to provide, of course, our appreciation and acknowledgement for all of the county team, all of our healthcare partners, all of our testing site partners, specifically Coconino Community College, for partnering with us in navigating the impacts of COVID. You know, every time I have an opportunity to say thank you, we all will, because we're indebted to all of the hard work and the commitment that our team has been doing. Of course, we want to continue to encourage everyone to wear a mask, and of course, the vaccine opportunities are expanding. You know, we've got a few late-breaking announcements to make, but again, nonetheless, it's progressing. Again, it's a big effort. We lead the nation in our population vaccination ratio, which is, of course, speaks to, I think, the value that our county residents look with regard to public health. And so again, credit to all these professionals. And at this time, I will turn it over to Mr. Chairman, with your permission, to Kim Musselman to provide her report.
All right, please do. Welcome, Kim.
Good afternoon, Chair Ryan, members of the board, and thank you, County Manager Peru, for those comments. And I absolutely echo them. We could not be doing any of the work that we're doing without our entire team, as well as all of our county partners that continue to make our response possible. So thank you for that. I will intend to move quickly today through this information, have a couple of things I want to just share, but keeping it brief, and certainly we'll have some time at the end for any questions. So with that, I'll go ahead and get started. The typical place that we start with respect to a review of our numbers. And this is from the report ending April 3rd. As we talked last week, you were all aware that our numbers were starting to climb up a little bit. We're using a new term that Dr. Carroll actually coined last week in a meeting that Amy Young shared with us, which is hopefully it's more of just a bulge rather than a spike or a surge. So we're going to go with the term bulge for the time being. We, at the end of April 3rd week, we were at 86.9 cases per 100,000, a total of 123.
This is Judy.
I'm sorry.
Actually, Supervisor Begay, can you mute your device, please? Thank you. Go ahead, Kim.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out on, so we remain in moderate level of community transmission. In just a minute, I'm going to show you where our numbers are looking as we had ended this past week on Saturday. On the chart in front of you, we made a few changes to the weekly report that is available. We email that out weekly on Fridays to a huge list of our community partners. We also have that posted each and every week on the county website. I just want to point out a couple of changes you'll see on this chart. As we've been in this for over a year, the epi curve and the data was getting very large for the numbers on the screen. So what the team did was put in blue those numbers that is reflective of the 2020 cases. So you're seeing those same weeks or similar lining up weeks ending numbers where we were a year ago with respect to total number of cases that were positive. Next screen, please. So just want to point out here, this was our numbers ending yesterday, and we were already at 152 for week ending April 10. Again, just that reminder that we must continue our vigilance with respect to mask wearing in public places and maintaining those distance, appropriate 6 feet of distance, and continuing to get the word about vaccination availability out to our community. This is just a snapshot off of our county vaccination visualization, and the team has continued to be modifying this, and this is just a piece of it. The entire, there's about 2 pages on the weekly report that are reflected in the report. But this page, I just wanted to point out, I know last week we had kind of given a basic overview of some attempt to do some drill down at the zip code level. I'd just like to point out for Chair Ryan's sake, you'll see we have combined 86001 and 86005 last week. When looking back at those numbers in comparison to census data, the ACA census data for 86005 was only including those individuals in Mountain Air and Coconino, which clearly we know 86005 encompasses a much larger area. So that's why those numbers have now been combined, because we know many of the numbers of folks are included in that 86001 with respect to the census data. But you will see here just a breakdown with respect to Flagstaff in terms of vaccination, and then some of our other communities along with our tribal communities. And what I'd just like to point out here, when you go to the county website and you see the snapshot of the state data for our vaccination rate and numbers who have been at least 1 dose and fully vaccinated, we are also drilling it down just a little further in terms of looking at total percentage of county population that's been fully vaccinated, which is sitting at 33% as of yesterday, and that the percentage of our eligible population that is fully vaccinated is at just over 40%. And what I mean by that is we took the census data, eligible populations, and included 15 and older in that total number, because that is the age. It's actually 16, but the census doesn't break it at 16, it breaks it at 15 for those who are eligible to receive vaccination at this time. Of course, that will likely be changing in the future, as Pfizer has submitted for emergency use authorization for 12 and older. Once that makes its way through the FDA and CDC approval, then that percentage of the eligible population denominator will reflect that younger age as well. Next slide, please. So just a couple of follow-up related to the announcement. I think all of you saw the press release that came out this week, actually on Friday, I believe it was, for the Northern Arizona Regional Pod that will be launching on Monday, April 19th. Later this afternoon, I'll be jumping on another meeting as we continue to coordinate that pod opening at the NAU University Union Fieldhouse. Again, that's going to have Pfizer vaccine, and that will be available to all of those age 16 and over. It is going to operate 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. with the potential to expand hours to 7 p.m. And the site will initially offer around 1,000 appointments per day and ultimately have the ability to administer more than 4,000 doses daily. Those appointments are going to be released on Friday for the week of April 19th, and they will be available starting at 11 o'clock on Friday, April 16th. The website, it's the state website for podvaccine.adhs.gov. There's also a 1-800 number. Both have resources available in English and Spanish, and we are working with our joint information team, ADHS, NAU, and the other partners to make sure that all of the information is available on our website and through our call centers to be able to communicate and answer any questions of the public. Next screen, please. So a couple of other things that are going on is we have been looking at ways in which we can pivot to reach all of those in our communities who may either have access issues to getting vaccinated, hesitancy issues, and ultimately convenience issues. And some of the things that we've identified that are taking effect this week include starting tomorrow on Wednesday, 4/14, Fort Tuthill will now allow non-appointment vaccinations between the hours of 10 and 2 p.m. Folks will be able to just arrive. There is messaging out on our county website and through social media into directing people where they need to go, turning off a purple sage and finding their way into the vaccination area out at Fort Tuthill between those hours of 10 and 2 p.m. If you have an appointment, your appointment will be honored and you will have priority with an appointment during those same hours when you arrive at Tuthill. We are also starting our pop-up clinics, and the first one is going to be this Thursday between 1 and 3 p.m. here at the County Health and Human Services parking lot at 2625 North King Street. Again, this is a no appointment needed. Walk up and drive up will be available. And of course, no charge for vaccinations. It will be Moderna vaccine available. And then we'll have another event on May 13 for that second dose. So all that information is also available on our website, and our call center has all of that information, hoping that we are providing another location for folks to be able to walk up, take the bus, ride a bicycle, however they may need to arrive to come to another opportunity to get vaccinated. So that leads me to, and I don't have a slide for this, but I wanted to take the opportunity. I know I forwarded each of you the press release that came out from Arizona Department of Health with respect to the news this morning for Pfizer, or excuse me, for Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and the temporary pause with respect to administering Johnson & Johnson vaccine. The state, along with CDC, following CDC and FDA's recommendation to pause in the use of vaccine for the use of Johnson & Johnson vaccine, that was based on 6 reported US cases out of 6.8 million doses that had been administered nationally of a rare and severe type of blood clot in individuals after receiving Johnson & Johnson. And I was listening earlier today to the press release and press conference out of DC as they were explaining the abundance of caution that they are taking, again, wanting to remind folks that this was a situation of 6 reported cases out of almost 7 million doses. But the CDC and FDA is going to take the required time to do further investigation. So in the meantime, we are following, in accordance with CDC and the Food and Drug Administration and the Arizona Department of Health Services, our recommendation, following their recommendation to pause use of Johnson & Johnson vaccine at this time. So what that has meant today is the Northern Arizona Healthcare Elks Lodge vaccination site had canceled this week's Johnson & Johnson vaccine clinic that they were administering Johnson & Johnson appointments. Our call center was notified of this very early this morning of this change, and the information is being pushed out from Northern Arizona Healthcare along with our county communications, encouraging those that have those Johnson & Johnson appointments to please seek vaccination at our other county vaccination sites and partner sites where the Moderna vaccine is being administered. We still have several hundred appointments available at our Fort Tuthill location. As I indicated, there are also slots for non-appointments at Tuthill as well as at our HHS site on Thursday. And of course, at numerous locations throughout all of Coconino County. Also wanted to, and actually, Erica, if you can go to the next slide, I think this kind of leads me into the other information with respect to, and actually, if you'll go one more, please, and then I'll come back to that slide. Well, don't go one more. I thought we'd put the, sorry, I apologize. I just wanted to speak about the events that is scheduled in Williams on Saturday. That was also an event that the plan had been to administer Johnson & Johnson vaccine by our partner, North Country Healthcare. We've also been in communications with them today. We were able to transfer some Moderna vaccine to them. They will still be holding that event in Williams. They have pushed out the flyers, which we are also communicating for the registration for that event, and they will have the Moderna vaccine. That event will go on as scheduled, and they will be going back for the second dose appointments as well. So just wanted to bring the board and the public up to speed on the changes that occurred today, and encourage anyone with questions or concerns to please see all the numerous information that we posted on the website and reach out to us if there are any other issues that we have not addressed. So the last couple of things that I just wanted to cover with the board is, as I mentioned earlier, really looking at all of our opportunities to address access, hesitancy, and convenience. We are continuing to work on potential business and community-based collaboration potential around some incentives. Also, really working with those community-based connections, answering questions and providing information. What I'd like to say about this, last night I had the opportunity to join Treasurer Sarah Benatar along with Supervisor Vasquez and others from the Latinx Democratic Party group, I believe. But the event was a Facebook Live, an opportunity to talk to the community about vaccines and any questions or concerns, and help provide answers to questions. And just look for all of those opportunities as you, as the board, as our public, as our community groups, ways in which we can share information and answer questions that any of our community members may have regarding concerns around vaccinations. And I have recently had some conversations. I had one of our orthopedic surgeons, many of you may know Dr. Bull Durham, has reached out to me a couple of occasions, and most recently this past weekend. And he's been working with Dr. Collier in the Poor Clinic and a few other local trusted physicians in our community that have a great interest in answering our community's questions, being some of those faces to provide trusted information. So I just encourage any of you as the board, and then certainly as our community, that when those opportunities present themselves to answer questions and provide information, that you reach out to us so that we can help make those bridging connections and get the right people to be talking to each of those groups. Just a couple other highlights on this page is the, again, as I was indicating, the availability of Pfizer as we bring on the 16 and older. And then, of course, waiting for the emergency use authorization that was recently submitted for the age range of 12 to 15. That will present some great opportunity here, hopefully in the next month or two, for us to do some additional outreach with the schools and really work on vaccinating everyone who becomes eligible in those age ranges. And as I'd already mentioned, scheduling, certainly continuing non-appointment hours, looking at other pop-up location opportunities to connect with our populations and continue to reduce those barriers and increase convenience so that we can get 100% of our community vaccinated. So with that, I have pretty much covered the things that I had put forth for today, and would pause here for any questions or any additional comments that the county manager would like to make.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Kim. May I ask you, may I make
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
couple comments? So of course, with the numbers and the trends that we're seeing, with regard to rates, of course, one of the big questions and discussions will be is the county's reentry plan. And I think anytime we begin a conversation about reentry at the county, we want to first begin with acknowledging and appreciating those who did not go to remote, due to the design of their position and of course the public facing nature of their work. Many of our team members did not go remote at all during this event. And so a really big appreciation, because you were there. It's not that our entire team was not there, but you were truly, literally on the front lines doing the work that you do every day. And so really want to appreciate everyone. With that, we also, of course, want to be looking at the organization's reentry strategy. And currently, of course, and you all know that the county's reentry plan was developed with different phases. And depending on metrics that we see relative to COVID, the metrics change. And so currently we're in a phase that provides at least 25% ability to be staffed, and that will increase over time. And so next week at our elected appointed leadership team meeting, we'll be discussing what the metrics are and how we will then be proceeding in a reentry plan that eventually will result in the county, of course, being fully staffed on site. Having said that, though, I think as much as as much as we've acknowledged the devastation left by COVID, it does provide the opportunity for some of the positions that we have to be looked at from the standpoint of there may be efficiencies and maybe additional impact and effectiveness for some positions to be remote. And so we'll be working, of course, with departments in that regard. But also, it's also an impact on IT as well as facilities. Kudos to our IT team for remoting several hundred employees in a very short period of time. And so trying to reverse that takes time and capacity. And so that's, of course, a big part of the effort. And then, of course, with facilities and to Sue Brown and her team at facilities, they've done phenomenal work in working with our facilities, making sure that all of the disinfection took place. But then, as we all come back, that creates a new set of challenges. It's not an obstacle; it's a challenge and an opportunity. So again, a lot of discussion will be happening at the staff level, but of course, we are beginning to proceed with our reentry discussions and strategies. So I can certainly respond to any questions that either myself or Kim would have, or for you to have from us.
So Steve, while you have the floor, that's an internal piece, but we're also having the public exposure here. Could you just give a little bit more detail from the public perspective on that?
Well, of course, again, going back to certain functions within the county government that did not ever lose the public face of it. Looking specifically at criminal justice, our courts, that area, law enforcement. And so that public facing component has always been there. But, we do, of course, citizens that want to transact and do business with Coconino County. They've either had to do it remotely or online or by appointment. And so part of the reentry will include the reopening of lobbies and service counters. Again, that would provide the opportunity for face-to-face contact. But again, in that, making sure that the social distancing is in place, that the facility work that they need to do each day to making sure that the physical environment is safe is going to be part of that. At the same time, and I hate to kind of go back again, but this experience has also provided the opportunity to re-examine and to refine our virtual work. And so I believe that, you know, many of our departments and functions here at the county will be looking at the virtual version of how we provide service. And in some cases that may not change. In fact, we may be building on that in the future and expanding that so that it is more of a customer convenience, a citizen convenience to transact business with Coconino County virtually and not having to, of course, drive. And of course, it's a large county. And so being able to do this remotely, I think would be certainly part of the board's goal in citizen outreach and effectiveness.
And to go along with that, we have plenty of employees that are working virtually. They are there. They are conducting our normal business. It's just in a remote scenario. So, all right. Thank you, Steve. I'll turn to the board for questions of Steve or Kim. Supervisor Horseman, Patrice.
Well, as you know, I know shots in arms, that's what we're all about here in the county right now. So, and I want to acknowledge Kim and the county staff for 100,000 vaccines administered. That is a wonderful milestone, and we should all celebrate that. So congratulations, and what a wonderful gift to our community. So thanks. And just to kind of echo what's being said, Kim, and just again, this is a public meeting and it's important again for our public to understand it's not over. And it is absolutely important that we mask up. I want to thank all of our businesses and all of our partners that have maintained their mask policies and maintained CDC guidelines. It's just amazing to go downtown and go into so many of our establishments and see those signs. And quite frankly, seeing the vast majority of individuals who are frequenting our businesses who in fact have that mask on and are upholding CDC guidelines. So that's wonderful. I want to thank our community. I want to thank our businesses for that, because it's only together and working together that we're going to get through this. So good work, Kim and company, and congratulations on that 100,000 mark.
All right, well said. Supervisor Vasquez, Veronima.
I second that. I agree with Supervisor Horseman. I really appreciate the work that the public health department and the whole staff working towards the vaccination, the efforts that have been made. And you know, we're seeing the results of all that hard effort, that leadership in that organization throughout the staff that made this happen. So good job. Thank you for doing it. And let's keep going. There's light at the end of the tunnel, but we're not there yet. And we don't want to regress going too fast or loosening up some of our precautions prematurely. So just steadfast, let's keep going, and hopefully we'll make the 200. Well, I guess we don't have 200,000 people in Coconino County, the 130,000 vaccination mark.
All right, well said. Yeah. I'll change the statement. Instead of spiking the ball on the 5-yard line, it's dropping the lacrosse ball as you're shooting. Kim, I do have a couple questions, and if we have other soups, please don't hesitate, and I'll step aside for your questions. But one of my questions was the state piece. They are not monitoring for zip codes. Is that correct? They are just giving shots.
Are you talking about at the Chair Ryan, at the state pod site that's going to set up at NAU campus?
Yes.
Yes, and in fact, what I will say is that once that state pod opens on Monday, my position here at HHS is that once that is available to anyone, in the northern region and in the state, that also encourage people that even our locations will not necessarily be limited to Coconino County residents only, because we will have that option with the state pod bringing Pfizer vaccine and additional vaccine into our communities. We're going to be meeting with our other vaccination partners next week to have a conversation with them about really looking at the next way in which we have second dose appointments available, so that regardless of where you get your first dose appointment of Moderna vaccine, that you could basically book your second dose appointment at any of the other locations around Coconino County and potentially even around the state eventually to get your second dose. So we're going to be working with our county partners throughout Coconino County to kind of come up with the framework for what that looks like, so that we can kind of continue to make some different transitions, because vaccines are going to be here for a while, and we need to figure out how we're going to fit that into a framework so that it's convenient for folks, as well as allows for us at HHS and the county to scale back the things that we're doing on a large footprint at Tut Hill, and maybe disperse more of that, as I said to you all before, in more pop-up type of events that we can take throughout many different locations around the entire county.
And we definitely want to foster the opportunity associated with it. The other piece, that's good to hear, because I was curious about the zip code for us, if that were the case. And as you noted, I was going to ask you, is the state just doing, are they bringing Pfizer? And if so, is it just Pfizer that they're bringing at this point?
Yeah, the state will bring Pfizer to the state pod locations. That is the vaccine that they are administering at all of the state pod locations. And then they will continue, at least for the foreseeable future, to do the allocations of Moderna, well, just Moderna for now, while Johnson & Johnson is on the pause. They will continue to allocate Moderna to the public health departments to then allocate out to our vaccinating partners. There will be a time, hopefully in the near future, where vaccine will be not have to funnel directly through the local health departments. It will be something where all of eligible vaccinator entities will be able to directly order vaccine, but it's looking like that may not happen until closer to June at this point in time.
And then one more on the Pfizer is, it depends on how much they get here and all that, I would assume, but are they going to start moving down and providing the opportunity for younger ages associated with that?
So currently it will be available for all who are 16 and older. And we're actually getting some clarifying information when I jump on my next meeting after I complete this discussion with you all. I'll be getting some verification information about how it will work for parental consent and what needs to happen for those 16 and 17-year-olds and when you are registering for an appointment, as well as when you show up at the location on campus with your minor child. And then as we hear more information from the FDA and CDC regarding Pfizer being eligible to vaccinate even younger ages, we will be sharing that. We anticipate that coming forward within the next month or so. It is already submitted. They submitted on Friday to the FDA. So it is under review. So we look forward to hearing more information on that, and we'll be communicating that out to our community as soon as we have word that the age will even go a little lower for eligibility.
All right. And just a quick note on the zip code. We were looking at the numbers last week, and it's like, well, that's kind of small for that zip code. And so it may skew, people's perception of what that zip was prior, but knowing that it is included, how it's included, that's important. So I appreciate that. That's talking about 86005. As noted, we had Kachina and Mount Airy as the population. We knew it was a bigger population. Check the census stats, because it also includes University Heights, Highlands, Bow and Arrow, Ponderosa Trails. So yeah, the numbers, thank you for taking care of that.
Yeah, and hopefully that gets corrected with the 2020 census once they release the numbers. That hopefully was the piece that was captured in all of that.
Yeah, that'd be wonderful. Yeah, we get our data from others as well. So I saw Vice Chair Feller bubble up. Did you have additional questions?
So I just want to ask a question for the public that even though the state is going to establish its vaccine pod in Flagstaff, the rural communities will continue, and all our partners will continue to provide the service as well, and have another event in Fredonia.
Yes, Vice Chair, thank you for bringing that up. And we absolutely will continue to work with our partners throughout the county to schedule additional return vaccination mobile clinics. And we also intend, as at HHS and some of the other funding that we have recently been awarded, specifically around a mobile vaccine team, if you will, that we will be doing more of that throughout many areas around the county as well. So that is absolutely the intent. And hopefully, even as we go into the next few months, even with the Pfizer availability, and I've already had initial conversations with the state about this, that would love at some point when the state will then allocate the county additional Pfizer vaccine that we can take out into our outer areas around the county as well. Because of course, obviously we want to be able to reach that younger population, the 16 and 17-year-olds, not just here, and not make everybody have to drive here to Flagstaff to get that Pfizer vaccine, that we'll be able to take it out and around throughout our entire county as well.
That was going to, Mr. Chair, that was going to be my next question about the mobile unit. Now that the schools are back in session, you know, every once in a while, there was a case that was in one of the school system at one of the schools. And I think it's really the education needs to go out to the younger population. So that's really good. I'm glad that the mobile unit is actually going to happen. So that was on the wish list and trying to get that out here. So that's really great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
All right, others, any more questions on this?
Just one thing, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
As I understand it, Kim, is this the Sunday for St. Francis of Assisi?
Yes, it'll actually be on Saturday.
On Saturday, so that's important too. And as I understand it, that is open to all, and it will be in the church parking lot, and no reservation necessary. Is that correct?
That is correct. No appointment needed, and just show up. There will be folks from the Interfaith Council who are going to be assisting in gathering information, helping people answer. Spanish speakers available as well to be able to ask the medical questions, and then there are multiple different folks available to help vaccinate. So excited to have that opportunity, and then we'll be returning again on Friday, May, I think that's the 14th, for the second dose appointments.
Very good. And what's the time, the hours for operation? Is it,
now,
I can't remember. I don't know.
I know now. I know I have it. Just give me a second. I apologize. I should have this at my fingertips. Oh, actually, Supervisor Vasquez may know, because we just talked about this last night.
10 to 2, because ever since I learned those hours, I've repeated it multiple times to various folks. So yeah,
Thank
10
you,
to 2.
sir.
10 to 2. Thanks. Thanks.
And just to note, that's for the whole broader population, not just the diocese itself, correct?
Correct. It is open to the public, and is certainly being marketed to some of our other Hispanic and Spanish-speaking communities, as well as some of our undocumented communities. So we're excited that that's going to be taking place up there at the San Francisco Diocese Church.
So I have Supervisor Begay. Go ahead, Judy.
Yeah, I have a question. I think I posed this to Kim already, but I just want, for the people that are in this meeting, I just want you to explain. Person gets a Pfizer shot first round, and then they get a Moderna shot the second round. Is it possible or not possible, or what? How is that dealt with?
So the recommendation is that people get the same vaccination for their second dose that they had for their first dose. However, there is guidance and information out there. If there are issues where people cannot get the same dose of vaccine that they had their first dose, there is some allowable circumstances around that, especially once it is looking out past that 3 weeks or that 4-week time frame, 21 and 28 days. So there is information about that. I'd be happy we can answer that information here at HHS if people have specific questions around that. But I will add, Supervisor Begay, since you just brought that up, one of the other great things about the NAU State Pod site coming, and I actually had this question on a couple of meetings, the If you had your first dose Pfizer shot down in the valley at one of the other state pod locations, or you took your 16 or 17-year-old down to Phoenix to get that Pfizer vaccine for your first dose, and you know that we're getting Pfizer here in Flagstaff, it will be closer than traveling back to Phoenix. You can, in fact, schedule your child's or your second dose appointment here at the NAU pod site once those appointments open on Friday. And you will schedule it. It's not specific to a first or second dose. When you show up at the site, you will bring your vaccine card. They will administer you your second dose. The key to that is if you have an appointment scheduled somewhere else for a second dose, you must cancel that appointment so that it opens up for someone else where it was scheduled, and then schedule the appointment here at the state pod site. And we are going to have 7,000 7 trays, actually it's more than 7,000, 7 trays of Pfizer to start the launch of the state pod site. So that is a lot of vaccine that will be available here in Coconino County as early, and a lot of appointments that they will be opening up starting on Monday. And those will be released at 11 o'clock on Friday. And we'll have information going out across our county social media and website as well.
Thank you for your response and clarity. Thank you. And again, great job.
Thank you.
You and your team.
Also, just a note, had a request from former Supervisor Liz Archuleta if we have any photos of remote shots or how we're standing up. If we get photos of that, they certainly can use it at the Department of Agriculture. I have Supervisor and Vice Chair Nina Fowler that wanted to provide an update.
Yes, and I usually provide an update on Navajo Nation, and I thought I'd just do the same again, Kim. Navajo Nation, we are still under the stay-at-home orders, and we have a curfew. All restaurants and any kind of meal places, it's all drive-through rather than curbside pickup only. And the mask is required, and tourists and other visitors are, the roads are closed to them, to Navajo Nation. So even though Grand Canyon Highway 64 is open, it was just opened the other day, then the orders are still in place on Navajo Nation, just so you all know. Thank you. Thank you, Kim, for always working with your partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
All right, I think we've been through all the questions. Just to reinforce the discussion as brought up by Supervisor Horstman, but we're all trying to advocate for is definitely we need vaccines, people to get vaccinated. This is the best way to open up the community safely. And wearing masks, I usually suggest the idea of if you look at the morning sun or the afternoon sun and you can see dust particles, spray a mist or turn on a vaporizer. You can see how particles can be held in the air. And it just gives you a visual way of understanding it's important to wear a mask to protect you from particles that may have COVID in them. So we really encourage people to wear their masks around others, particularly we don't know if they've been vaccinated, if they've been exposed. It's unknown because it's unseen. It's a virus. So we really encourage safe practices, and let's get our vaccines. Any wrap up, Kim or Steve?
Oh, thank you, Chair Ryan and Supervisors. And again, thank you to our community and for everyone who's doing their part. We wouldn't be leading the counties. We wouldn't be leading the state with respect to the counties and even the nation in terms of our ability to be leading in vaccinations if it wasn't for all of our community members who are taking the responsibility to get themselves vaccinated. So let's keep going. So thank you.
All right. Steve, we're done there. Okay. Next item that we have as part of our business is this is a presentation and discussion and update on possible direction regarding the American Rescue Plan. And so, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. On March 11th of this year, President Biden signed into law American Rescue Plan of 2021. The $1.9 trillion package, of course, is from the administration, is intended to combat COVID-19, the pandemic, including the public health and economic impacts. As part of that total, $362 billion in federal fiscal recovery aid was directed to state and local governments. $65.1 billion is directed to counties, plus an additional $1.5 billion for public land counties, of course, Coconino County being one. Coconino counties will be receiving, as a result of the allocations and formula, about approximately $28 million. The first of the funding is due to us, and that occurs 60 days from the enactment of the law. And so from March 11th till about May 10th. So on or around May 10th, we anticipate receiving the first half of the funding. The second half of the funding comes within a year from the date of the first payment. And so again, it's going to be coming in two separate allocations to Coconino County. Of course, coincidental to this occurring, we're also going through the annual budget process here at Coconino County. And while we are certainly mindful of the revenue that's coming through the ARP program, we also anticipate that we're not anticipating that we would be programming all of the funds that would be coming through ARP in the county budget, because the county budget has a lot more detail with regard to specific programs and purposes. And so while we're mindful of that and we're not anticipating that we would be programming every dollar in the budget process, we of course would be allocating or creating capacity in our FY22 budget in order to spend those funds. And that's a really important consideration, because as a county, we need to have the budget capacity to spend those funds. And so again, for budgeting purposes, we will be budgeting those dollars in as federal revenue coming in, but knowing that determinations and some of the detail work that needs to happen in order to get those dollars to in effective programs is going to take some time. And so again, we want to make sure that that's an important piece for the board, because the final adoption, or excuse me, the tentative budget adoption for Coconino County is scheduled on June 1st. And so again, we want to make sure with the process that we're providing today that we provide, again, that process, a mindful process, a framework, if you will, by which the board can be very comfortable that those dollars have been considered thoroughly, the impacts known, of course, the results on those investments known as well. And so before I show some slides, I do want to make a couple of comments. So again, as I said, the budget process is proceeding in terms of the county general fund and all funds that we typically would program. We're looking at the ARP money to of course, be programmed separately from that. In addition to that, guidance is still being developed by the administration, and that's very, very important, because we want to make sure that the dollars, when we put them into action, that they are within allowable uses. And so the guidance is still being drafted. The National Association of Counties has been in contact with the administration and has provided requests for clarification, because there are a number of questions that counties have with regard to how those funds can be programmed at the county level. And so wanting to avoid any kind of mistakes, if you will, in programming those dollars is going to take some time. So again, we're waiting on guidance from the administration. The other thing that we want to talk about, though, is while we said, well, we just stated that the budget process for the county and the ARP funds are going to be following a somewhat different path, the service requests or the funding requests that we've been receiving through this year's budget process will still be considered when we look at the ARP process as well. And so looking at this from the standpoint of, we may not be able to have capacity in our current budget amount to deal with some of these requests. We'll still be able to consider those when we look at the ARP process separately. I do want to make a couple other comments. And so I want to credit the staff, the budget staff, the manager staff. I particularly want to call out Erica Shaw, who worked over the weekend to create the graphics that you're going to see in a moment. This is important information, and there's a lot of information to present. We thought that the best way to do it was provide it graphically, to provide, again, the ability to look and make some observations on that. We're not expecting, and we're asking the board to come out of today's discussion with a lot of detailed decision, but we wanted you to take a look at our thinking at the staff level and provide input and response back to us at the staff. A couple other things to note is that all funds that are coming through ARP must be spent by December 31st of 2024. And we will be presenting a similar presentation will be made next week to the elected and the appointed officials here at Coconino County. And so before we show the slides, are there any comments or questions that I can respond to at this time?
Not seeing any, Steve.
Okay, with that, I'll ask, I'm going to ask Erica to show the first slide. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the thinking behind the slide set, and there's only 4 slides, is to go from a macro level to a micro level. And so looking at all of the funding in terms of the horizon that we have is going to be an important piece. And so you'll see on this first slide that there are several sources of funding with amounts underneath and examples of the expenditures that could be made through those funds. In addition to that, you'll see on the top right, approved and pending. And so this signifies those allocations or those programs that have received congressional approval and those that are pending. One of them that's very important, of course, to Coconino County is right in the middle, PILT, Secure Rural Schools. That has been a funding source for Coconino County for a very, very long time. And of course, it's been very, very well utilized, and it's very, very needed with regard to funding between the County Roads Department and of course county schools as well. And so I just want to take a moment for you all to look at that. I do want to ask our staff who are online today to give some commentary to this. And so I'm going to pause to see if we have staff that want to make some comments with regard to this first slide. And Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, we'll do that first and then pivot back to the board members. So if I could ask staff if there's anything that they would like to comment on.
Mr. Chairman, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Eric. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you also to the county manager. Had a great opportunity, Eric Peterson, Public Affairs Director, had opportunity to work with Erica and the team and the management team on this. We'll go into detail on the America Rescue Plan. There are just briefly on the jobs plan, the president's discretionary budget that is listed there, and then also reauthorization. Much of these pending acts here in the blue are going to take some time through the congressional process, but they are on the horizon. And I think it's important to note that there's a lot of buzzwords, broadband being one of them. There are multiple opportunities present both in potential legislation and already approved funding, even outside of the America Rescue Plan. And then the other final piece I wanted to add, as you all know, but just as a reminder, the Great American Outdoors Act shows up it is an approved law, as you see it on the list there. But again, those revenues need to accrue from the offshore drilling rights to be able to gain enough momentum in that fund to really put into expenditure authority in a meaningful way in our area. So I will hold any further comments until we get into the next slide on the American Rescue Plan, but lots of things on the horizon. We are paying attention to them all, and Bob and Anna have been provided with this to help give some, to make sure that we're following through on each of these. So, thank you.
And Steve, did you want to reach out to staff? Is that what you're seeking here?
Yes, I'm just asking to see if there's any other staff comments before we ask the board members for any observations.
And Eric, just to explain to them, most of them know, but please explain how they would make comments.
Okay. So with that, Mr. Chairman, if there are any observations or questions from the board, did I just hear a staff person?
No, I was just going to add, Steve, that I think this is hopefully really helpful for the board to see the breadth of different funding, potential funding, some in place, some potential funding opportunities that could be forthcoming. And certainly we're starting to see, activity on a number of these. And so I think when we think about this, this is a package, and how to think strategically about what funds to potentially utilize for, different types of efforts that the board may want to prioritize. So, and I think when you take this and then you see the process that we're proposing later, I think you can see why a process is going to be really important, because this is not going to be a really simple little exercise. This is a pretty major effort and exercise. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lucinda.
Right now, I'm not seeing hands up over there. Well, of course, I'm not looking at attendees either. We have a combination, mostly staff in each of the panels. And that's right, we have Claire operating this too. So just let us know. Not seeing that. Well, let me turn to the board just for a moment on this one. Anybody have, we're going to proceed through the presentation, but if you have comments, we can take them now as well as we go through. I'm not seeing them. Why don't you go ahead and proceed, Steve?
Thank you. So the next page, or the next slide rather, if you can go ahead and advance to the next slide, is from that box of the American Rescue Plan. We drill down to additional details, as Eric indicated. And so here you'll see, of course, the funding that's going to be coming to the state of Arizona, the allocations that the state is receiving, the broad categories that you see that funding is going to be receiving with regard to education, health, human services, housing, transportation. Also down below, emergency management is the very bottom right, or bottom left rather. And then you see what state and local government direct and flexible aid is going to be receiving both at the state level and at the local government level. And then we drill down, I'll leave Coconino County out for a moment. You see, of course, our partners with the municipal governments, what they're going to be receiving within Coconino County, and of course, our tribal nations at the very bottom. And then, of course, pivoting over to public lands. And then, of course, at the top right, business aid in terms of small business financing, PPP, restaurant assistance, et cetera, and then individual aid. And then, of course, you'll see us, the green box in the middle, the $28 million that has been allocated to Coconino County. And so I'm going to stop. And if I can, again, Mr. Chair, have the permission to call on staff first, and then we'll go back to the board. So Eric, I'm going to start with you first, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, County Manager and members of the board. What I would highlight, certainly 28 million is a lot of money for us, and we understand that, but there are a lot of other funds, and that's really the point of the program funds on the left side of the page that are potential funders to our programs and efforts that we may be interested in or that our community may have interest in. And I want to highlight that they're going to flow through the state, but there is a lot of funding, $8.6 billion worth flowing in that regard into our community. That includes more rental assistance, emergency housing vouchers, work with food and social services, more funding for rural healthcare providers and for our efforts in public health, and then for our school systems as well, and higher education. Also of note is, while we do not have state numbers or our 6 tribes, the 3 golden boxes do point out the overall totals nationwide that the tribes are in consultation with Treasury on for both their own direct funding, program funding, and then also awaiting the formula on the public lands or the local assistance funds. So there is a breadth of opportunity. That capital projects fund, to point out, you will all recognize that is the $10 billion fund that was in the negotiations, part of the broadband infrastructure that Senator Manchin and others had put in the Senate version. So that is Arizona's projection of that capital projects fund. So just another incidence where you can see infrastructure potentials that are in many other different pots and possibilities through the state. These numbers, so you are aware, are come from the JLBC on their estimate. Obviously, things are subject to change as the final guidances are declared by each of the federal departments. So, Mr. Chairman, that is my comments. I'm more than happy to offer any other feedback as you have throughout the presentation.
All right, thank you, Art. And just for the sake of staff that are on, if you raise your hand, we can take questions or comments. Give that a second or two. While that's happening, a piece to point out. This is unique. I've never seen this before the years that I've been here. Steve's been here probably double the amount as I have, so I don't think he's seen it either. But a point that I think of, from our perspective, from management perspective, is there are different sources. We need all eyes watching those sources and seeing our opportunities. And swing over to some of your questions, Steve. A comment that I would make, I would assume some of the other board members will have already thought of this, is, there are, like infrastructure, use transportation as an example. We'll have opportunities to do that and be shovel ready if we're watching the funding, but we may have partners out there that we might be able to marry our money to in coordination, depending upon what the opportunity is and how we work with that. That's an example that could be applied to many of these sources. It depends on the area of expertise. And that's where obviously we'll need the eyes of different levels of staff to be looking at that. And then how we structure it, how we provide guidance as we tap sources. That's a piece that we hope to help have you help us channel it and see where our opportunities are.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so I believe that we're wrapped up on staff comments, and so we certainly would love to hear from board on your comments and observations on this slide.
All right, turning to the board now.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you, Steve and Eric and staff, for putting this together. I really like the way that it's laid out. You can just have a bird's eye view, so to speak, all the way across. It's really great. Thank you. So I'm understanding that Coconino County might be able to tap into some of the funding at the state as well. Or is the state thinking what they are receiving is the states and the counties already received their funds? Is that how is that set up?
Mr. Chairman, let me start and then I'll turn to Eric. With regard to some of the programs that you see on the left side, there are established programs in place that the state does provide. And so the funding that you see with those boxes, those would be programmed with existing state programs that go from the state, in some cases through the county, but in some cases they can apply it directly to the state through DES and other outlets. Mm-hmm. And so that would be a start there. Eric, are there other?
So I'm wondering too, we have partnership with the state, like the courts. Would we be able to tap into, we have certain programs that we have partnership with the states on. Would we be able to tap into the state with that, or are we not there yet? Is that still being defined?
I'm going to say it's still to be determined with regard to what how the state is programming. There may be some experience that they had in the CARES money that had some indication of some precedence there, but I think those are conversations and with your direction, and I think it's a good direction to have for staff to look at partnerships at the state level as well.
Mr. Chairman, I would just add, Supervisor Fowler, the county manager is absolutely correct. Much of it is yet to be determined. However, the things on the left, unlike much of the CARES money conversation we've had, are existing programs. And just to be blunt, it would be much harder for the state to divert them from those programs and those uses for other purposes. So it's going to flow into programs. The real question is whether or not the state will do it and make the money flow or return the money to the federal government. So that is a piece of advocacy that we should examine and continue to examine moving forward. But those are all potential funding streams for us.
Okay. Yes, we have a great opportunity for partnership. We have a great opportunity to provide funding for some of the projects here and use that as a launching pad for being able to access these other programs and these like the infrastructure bill that is being put together. I think even here, we also have a certain amount of earmark that was reopened. And I think that's another one that is potential funding that is out there. So I just really think that we're in a great position to be able to plan and see where we may be able to get funding to help our communities. And we could have partnership with our towns and cities on some of these
Right.
projects as well. So thank you.
Yeah.
And one more thing, Mr. Chair, I want to thank the county manager and staff for meeting with the board members on just initially, just to find out what our thoughts are and what our thoughts are on how we should be using these funds. So thank you.
All right, and I'll probably note, I was looking at the chat for a moment, and what we're trying to do today is look at this at a higher level. It's easy to get down in the weeds and look at specific projects on it, but we still don't have guidance at the federal level, and Steve's laying out a broader platform of how we can begin to look at this. There are a lot of ideas out there, I know that, but how do we develop a process that we can keep a really good focus? Steve?
That's right, Mr. Chairman. Again, a lot to be determined. This is again providing the opportunity for board members in your governance role to see this for the first time, or provide some staff response and impressions and suggestions as we've heard already. So, Mr. Chairman, we're certainly here to listen to other board members that might have observations.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Please, Supervisor Horsley.
And thank you for making, to underscoring that, because certainly, at this point, I really appreciate the overview. I really appreciate the county's involvement in getting ahead of this to try to give us as much information and background to help us as board members make knowing decisions on this. I think it's really important that we act smart and that we use this one-time money for the better, for the interest of our county, our whole county. And I really like the comments that have been made so far, and that Eric has shown us and that the staff has shown us on here, that really does mean to take a look at other possible pockets of money that may be available to us. $28 million sounds like a lot of money, and it is a lot of money, but our needs are pretty great. And so I think it's very important for us to take a look at the other pockets of money that will be out there that may be helpful to our county. So that would be number one. And then number two is, in acting smart, I think it's very important that we take a look at how we can leverage our money, whether we leverage that money through partnerships with the cities that have been listed that are going to be receiving some funds, or public lands, or quite frankly, tribal lands. We're also going to be receiving substantial funds. Let's leverage our assets and build partnership with these other government entities to be able to get the biggest bang for our buck. And I think that's what's important. And also, quite frankly, to look at possible matching grant monies that are out there. If we get $2 returned for every dollar we spent, to me, that's going to be a pretty good program for us to take a look at. And also to take a look at how we might be able to create and leverage partnerships with our businesses and our nonprofits to provide services that we need here in our community. As you may recall, the Biden plan is intended to be shots in arms and money in pockets.
Trying to get in touch with Alina Fowler.
Whoops, sorry. Shots in arms and quite frankly, money in pockets. And it's to basically provide the relief to state and local governments in order to support not only our public health response, but also for economic recovery and also for the interests of our communities. So keeping that in mind and keeping the purpose in mind and acting smart. Thank you, County, for taking the advocacy on this and helping us, the board, as we move through this. It's very exciting. So thank you.
Other board members?
Yes,
Sure.
this is Judy.
Go ahead, Judy. And I'll get Harama.
Okay, I totally agree with what Supervisor Trisha Horseman said. It's a long day for me, but anyway, nonetheless, I'm very pleased that we got this broad overview of a presentation regarding regarding the possible funds that we will be getting. We really have to take a look at the strings that are attached to these dollars and how they should be spent. I know that they're going to say we want to spend in these ways, and that's anybody that brings money to the table, they have those policies or procedures and what to do, what's eligible and not eligible. So it's going to be a task doing that determination. So I just want to say, there's accountability that they really stress when they do disperse any kind of fundings to us. And certainly, as we go along, we'll all learn that together, and that, the main interest here is how we're going to be helping our people out there and within the whole county of Coconino. So, and yeah, I think for partnerships, and we really need to take a look at that, and hopefully, everything that we would like to see will be something that we're allowed to do. So I just want to say thank the staff, for putting this together. It's a good presentation, and it's very clear and I can understand it. And I'm pretty sure the community understands, also, the ones that are on with us now. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak to this.
Thank you.
Harama?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think this is a great opportunity and during an unprecedented time. This is one-time funding, so we really need to be smart on how we allocate these funds and see where we can use it to leverage, where we can use it as seed money, where we can partner it with other funding opportunities from some of the other agencies that Steve and the staff so eloquently displayed to us and showed us the various opportunities that we have. So to quote my former principal, Joe Gutierrez, we got to move slow to move fast. I think if we take the time in these next couple months to really sit down and look at the options and see what game plan we can create, I'm confident that we have an opportunity to do something very special and unprecedented at Coconino County and really maximize this funding and these funding opportunities for the benefit of the most people possible in Coconino County and for the infrastructure of Coconino County, and benefit as many areas and departments as we can strategically, finding that nice balance and putting all the puzzle pieces together. So I'm really looking forward to the board retreat coming up and these budget meetings and hearings and whatnot to be able to really learn all of the in-depth, all the different opportunities so we can sit down and really take the bull by the horns and create something unprecedented and beautiful for Coconino County. Thank you.
All right. Excellent ideas coming in. I probably would add a little bit to what's already been said, Steve, but use money to make money or leverage. Here's an opportunity. Partnerships, if we can work them out and how we work them out. My comments as I look at both the federal and the state areas, it's good that you have them topic-based. Do we have them all in there? You have quite a few, and you have them broad enough that perhaps we do. But just to keep in mind, just in case we miss an area that we build in a little bit of flexibility to understand that, we weren't considering it. Does it really fit in? Or we find the area that would fit. A piece of this, as I think Geronimo was suggesting, and I think the others as well, would be, it's going to take time to first get guidance. It's good that we focus on different pools, and then as we understand it more, we can build, better guidance and directives associated with it. And I would think, some of these points that we're making are probably starting to fit into more of the guiding principles that need to be developed as you look at the different pools for that. So those are my general comments as I see what you have in here.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we can go on to the next slide if you would like.
Please.
Okay, so we start drilling down. So again, I want you to note though also, Mr. Chairman, is that each of the pages has the watermark draft. Because this is a draft document, it's going to continue to change based on information and input you provide. You'll see here the draft set of categories. I also want to note that their appearance on the page does not by any means denote top to bottom in terms of priority. It's just a list. They could be side by side, they could be in a circle, they could be in any configuration you would like. Again, but I just wanted to note that there is no priority to what we're showing here today. So you can see in terms of just the bolded titles, direct county impacts, we can certainly, I guess supposedly, I suppose we could refer to this as our budgetary infrastructure. And so you can look at in terms of some of the revenue impacts that we've experienced as a result of COVID. And you can see the verbiage from there. Consider all fee accounts that have experienced a reduction in revenue. COVID-19 pandemic response, continue the county's public health mission in addressing the COVID-19 pandemic, prepare for any resurgent or impact due to variants. And so again, as Kim noted before, the story of COVID, it continues to be told every day. And so being able to look out into the future and anticipate some of the things that we did not know going into this event a year ago. And so now that we do, of course, have some experience under our belt, if you will, we do need to be looking at that as a potential going forward. County infrastructure, and of course, we say facilities, parks, recreation, IT, public works. We're looking at all of our facilities. And of all of our facilities with regard to capital infrastructure backlog and needs, funding could also be used for post-COVID workspaces. So as a result of many of our team members going remote, we've had to, of course, create facility spaces to assist in those areas. And so you can see here what county infrastructure looks like. Emergency preparedness and response, capital needs to support, to respond to disasters and emergencies that cover actual response costs. Our experience from 2010-11 from Schultz, of course, to most recently last year with the museum fire and everything in between. When the county responds to emergency situations, it's a very costly investment. Of course, it's needed to help residents recover and mitigate some of those dangers going forward. Environmental and sustainability capital investments that improve the environment and support sustainability efforts within and outside the county organization. So we're looking at internally as well as externally as well. And then of course, broadband for county residents. Eric mentioned this before. Expand availability of broadband within the county. Major funding is also expected for broadband through the new federal infrastructure legislation and other pots or buckets, if you will, on the first slide. Additional funding sources will be likely, of course, with regard to the investment that's needed in broadband, and of course, looking at how we could fund portions of those plans through local projects and partnerships is going to be key. Of course, this past year has really accentuated the impact of our digital divide, not only, of course, for county governments, but for businesses, for education, K-12, community college, and university. And so the impact in this area has been very obvious. Economic development, provide funding for economic development opportunities that continue to assist with the recovery of communities and businesses in Coconino County, such as, of course, working with SBDC, the Small Business Development Center that's administered by Coconino Community College, and then also looking at other possible partnerships with the community college and or NAU to bolster educational access, particularly relative to certificate programs that generally do not receive scholarship. In this case, oftentimes, in fact, currently, students that receive federal financial aid The federal financial aid does not provide support to students that are taking certificate courses. And some of the short-term courses are not provided funding through financial aid. So that's a gap. If we're looking at providing supports for employees to get back into the workforce, that's an important piece there. Criminal justice, address the needs of the criminal justice system, including juvenile and of course law enforcement. Include consideration for deflection and diversion programs with an emphasis on upstream interventions. Of course, the county has been, has been leading the discussions on what are some of the things that we as a county can do for our residents younger and earlier in life, so that we can create the supports necessary for individuals to be successful in their later years. And so that's an important piece. We also know from our partners in the criminal justice system here at the county that we do have a bubble of cases that are going to be coming through in the next few months, between now and the next couple months. And so being able to create the capacity for our local criminal justice system to accommodate these needs is going to be great. And again, these are draft categories. Certainly want to hear from board members, their response, observations, or suggestions for others. Thank you.
Okay, let's turn to the board after reading through these particular categories on this. Any suggestions or comments on that? Looks like I have Supervisor Horstman. Go ahead.
Yeah, and of course, we've just gotten these, and this is a lot.
Yes.
And I agree with Supervisor Vasquez about the need that this is important, and we need to act smart on this. And I think it's important that we have the necessary time as board to really look at this, to discuss this. And I know this is the first of many. And so I would have to say that just as a first of many and as a review, it looks that these buckets, these categories look good. I think it's something for us to continue to look at, but I think in general, I think it looks very, very good. I think it's important that we do look at this as one-time money. And besides the whole thing about looking at other buckets and partnerships, I think it's a good idea to take a look at capital infrastructure, ways that we can reduce county expenses and costs in the future, invest in our county infrastructure to help our residents and to serve all of our residents. So I certainly appreciate the framework, and I look forward for additional discussions on this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Others?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Steve. I think this is a good list of, we've been having discussions on this, and it really captures the way I see the dollars coming in is to be able to use the dollars that we invest to be able to launch ourselves into the next level, whether it's to be able to access other dollars or partnerships. And what in our county budget, what is costing us into the future, and how do we I guess strategize to be able to use the one-time funding to be able to save in the future. That's and I think that you have all of that here. I think economic development is very important. We have businesses that we've done studies with NAU, and we know what businesses need. It'd be really good to really take a look at that. And the criminal justice, I'm just wondering again, if some of these areas we can partner with the state, because we do have a partnership with the state already. And just wondering if that might be possible. But this is a really good comprehensive list just to start off. And I really like the way it's laid out and just the conversations that we've been having. And I look forward to future conversations and seeing how we will be able to put this into reality. So thank you so much.
Others? So Steve, I'll hop in case somebody's bubbling up or before we move on on it. Similar comments. I like what how you've captured it in these categories, and so that's good. There's some things that bubble up that I can see. Like let me use forest restoration and climate components. I could see them fitting into the emergency preparedness and response. But if not, then how do we fit them in? Those kind of concepts. But that will be the evolution of the process and the discussions as it relates to that. Pieces that come to my mind are associated with the how quickly, it doesn't seem quick, but it really will be quick. First of all, we need to be slow and set up an intelligent process, to provide the best opportunities we can, depending upon category. But the other side of it is we need to be adept because if we need to use it by the end of 2024, that will come quickly. And it begs for, how do you create the dynamic or supporting teams for, whether it's personnel that enables this to occur, not to build a big thing, but how do you create a dynamic team and or let's use the infrastructure piece. If we were to do something associated with infrastructure, it takes a while to set up the appropriate contracts depending upon what we would look at. So there would be turnaround periods that might be start to be short. So how do we look at those pieces? So it begs for, once we get this going and we find our guiding principles, establishing various timelines depending upon what we're dealing with.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So any other board members? Okay, not seeing that, go ahead, Steve.
We can go on to the next slide.
If I can just real quick, as we proceed and go forward, I'm assuming the discussions will include, all of us, all of the board, because I think it's important that this be an all hands on deck, if you will, for the board as we move forward on this. And it is important funding and important opportunities for our community. So I look forward to working with the full board on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Supervisor Horstman. Yes, all conversations or of course all deliberations and anything that's brought to the board will be in a public meeting and through the process that we've done this with. So thank you. We can go to the next slide if you could, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
So this provides, of course, this is where we get into steps of it, and we've also did not put in dates because those are, today we're kind of actually there's a box that is not even on here, and that's what we're doing today. Is the box before it gets to the staff presents draft purpose statement. We're not even there yet. Today is you are getting a kind of 30,000-foot level view. Here's a series of steps that result, of course, into awarding projects. There's a selection process, of course, that needs to be developed, rubrics, and not to overthink it and overbuild it. I think we have to balance accountability and execution with pragmatic, a very efficient process that we can look at projects and recommendations and really get them, if you will, everything that we need to do, we want to do, as we said, slow and smart, but at the same time, we want to get them as shovel ready as we can so that we can get these dollars in action for the county. So again, I don't know if you want me, I can go through each step. They're provided to you right here. Of course, purpose, looking at the draft statement, looking at guiding principles, looking at the categories, which we're getting a start on today. Project identification and evaluation, and of course, selection and award. And so I'm going to just kind of stop there to provide, of course, you all the opportunity to give an observation.
Okay, board, go ahead, Hieronymo.
I'm trying to, there we go. Sorry, having trouble with my mute. So I really like that framework. I guess my question would be, what would be your ideal timeline with these target board approval dates? Because right now this is kind of open. And so what kind of timeline are you thinking, or is the staff thinking for these dates?
To be honest, I don't know. I don't know without looking at the board's calendar, looking at the budget process that's going to, of course, as it should, take some good time from the board to look at. I guess what this also provides in going through the county budget process is that you're able to look at needs with regard to county funding that we currently have and possible our funding that would be coming in the future. So, I've not looked at this, but certainly we'd be looking at this to get going in the next meeting or two to get the first step. We can certainly come back with, here's some dates. I think we need to look at draft dates and then look at the ability for us to deliver on those dates with schedules and whatnot.
Yes, thank you. That's where I was going, is a draft of some dates, not for specific dates today. So thank you, Steve. Appreciate it.
Others? I'm looking for the box for District 3 as a priority. I didn't see it. Darn. I know, I'm sorry, Steve. I'm beating my peers here.
You're the chair, sir.
There you go. Okay, well,
Can I make one more comment? Just
yeah, please.
Mr. Chair. So, obviously, I'm assuming that it's going to be kind of rolling project approvals, if you will. We aren't going to have one plan with all of the projects in them. And so, I'm not sure there needs to be a necessary date for all projects to be approved. I think we prioritize and we kind of move forward in the projects as they may be of more importance, or quite frankly, may need immediate or more immediate attention. So I just don't want to make it clear this. I hope, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I don't think you're asking a date for all projects to be decided, and it probably will be more of a rolling project approval as we start prioritizing and moving forward.
That is valuable insight. Thank you.
Supervisor, if I can
go
make
ahead,
yeah, I don't need, I'm not asking for fixed dates. I was thinking more ballpark, just to get an idea, months in terms of range of times of what's needed to accomplish this. So I wasn't asking for specific deadlines for each one.
Looks like Lucinda has her hand raised over there. Lucinda?
Yes, and I can wait till the rest of the board comments too as well, Chair.
Let's hold.
Others from the board?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead, Lena.
I know that internally staff are really looking at their own departments and the other electeds as well. So, just having a guideline just laid out like this really helps us to really focus and say, okay, where are we? Where did we come from through this whole pandemic? Where are we now? What has it cost us? And how do we catch up as part of it? And then how do we move on from here to make some of our departments whole again? We got to look internally and then externally. And how does that work into our plan here, and to really carry us into the future. And that's where the partnership externally comes in. So I'm really excited to see what kind of projects will be coming about. And then, just having the other potential funding opportunities, that's where the the paths may be that there's just a small funding here just to, as a matching fund maybe, sort of, and then reaching into another pot of money to be able to move it through. So I'm just really excited about just the whole process. So thank you for just simplifying it. I know it's pretty complex, but just looking at it here, it's really good to see what the path may be. So thank you.
Yeah, I'll probably, actually, thanks for those comments, Lena, because that triggered another thing that I had been thinking about. We want to do this well. We want to do it objectively, come up with enabling, guiding principles, criteria, et cetera, associated with it. We do want to ask ourselves questions in the future. What did we do with it? We're thinking of people. What do we do as far as who we are, what the county is, and how we serve our community, which is, one of those key pieces. There will be an accountability. And then can we go back? Often our approach when we go with our legislative visits often is an ask associated with, we have a shortfall, we have an area to focus on. Have we considered what our asks have been? And if we were to go back, will they turn to us and say, we gave you X amount of money, so what did you do? So keeping those pieces in mind, but principles, greatest opportunity, greatest good. How do we get there? It depends upon which area we focus as a county, or our opportunities with our partnerships that maybe we hadn't been able to do this before, but now if we work together, perhaps. By the same token, I could see some of this, you think it's big money, and let's just say the allocation directly to the county, 27 million could be used up quickly by a simple infrastructure or one or two infrastructure projects. So while it seems like a big pool, and it is a lot of money, there are certain aspects or certain pieces that we want to find balance, but have a really good prioritization associated with it.
Thank you.
Other board members?
This is Judy.
Go ahead, Judy.
This is going to take all 5 board members to really put our heads together and to see exactly what's in the best interest of the services that we provide and the staff that are helping us to get there. So I'm not sure if this particular item should be a mini a board retreat get together so that we can get everything in line, because a lot of times you get the funding, like they might say 6 months, but you never know, we might even get it, earlier. But we have to be prepared, in any projects, anything that we discuss, we need to be able to get together on it and make sure that, it's something that is in the best interest of the communities that we serve within the Coconino County. So I just want to say this is a start, and we just want to make sure that, we're all involved, step by step, because we just need to make sure that there's accountability. There's other areas, that we don't leave anything out, and that, we're planning for everyone as a whole. So I just want to thank the presenters, Steve, job well done with your staff, and my board colleagues, all the comments you made, they're all pertinent to this issue, and that, we need to move on and tackle this right away as soon as we can, so that, we're not still trying to fumble with it, for 4 months from now. So, and I trust that the staff will be able to assist us in getting from A to Z, to get all our ducks in order and making sure that we're in compliance and that we're spending the money according to what it was funded for. So I just want to say thank you to everyone, that has made comments, and then also the viewers that are there. If you have.
All right, Lucinda.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of observations. I think, maybe there's not necessarily to make this more complex, but something to consider, to think about as you step away from this, is identifying, certainly staff could come forward with a proposal for consideration, for example, to look at the different buckets of potential funding and ARP funding, and say, hey, we could look at really guiding more fund, this type of request or this type of need to this funding. I think the one thing to keep in mind is that I think a number of these other potential funding sources will likely be competitive. For example, like the FAST Act and things like that. And to be honest, we have been successful through one little piece of that FAST Act, the Federal Lands Access Program, but have never been successful with any of the other pieces. So I think to understand what's going to be competitive, what's going to be direct fund, of which right now I think the only thing that we know for sure that's direct funding is ARP. So maybe some sense of that in this process, I think, would be important. I think, really building in the time too to have those strategic partnership discussions. We know those don't happen overnight in terms of project development. I love the idea of the rolling approvals. That's really is how it's probably going to work. Some projects are shelf ready right now and could go forward immediately, and some are not. And particularly those that would involve likely external partners. I think that the one thing to think about too is maybe once the categories are defined and you're comfortable with those, potentially putting some, like sums of money toward those to say, we want to see a little more money in this area or a little less in this, or whatever that might be. That may be helpful then in thinking about potential projects within that and the magnitude of those projects. So in effect, targeting some dollars to those categories, and then, really commend you. You're already thinking about principles. I mean, one-time funding, that is a principle. Reducing costs for the future, that is a principle. And so keep thinking about what's important to you as principles as you're going to go forward and make these decisions. I think that you will find that you'll come back to those repetitively over time, and you may tweak them a little bit, and that's okay. But to be able to really count on those in this process, I think is going to be kind of fundamental to moving through, and certainly moving through with some level of ability to make decisions. And then just on a practical timeline, we generally have a board break during the summer. And right now it's scheduled for basically the last week of July through the last week of June, through July. And so I think, thinking about, do you want to use any of that time or not? That would be really helpful for the staff to understand. So, how you might want to see this to play out. So anyway, just some additional thoughts for you to take away and think about as you look over these documents.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes the staff presentation. I'm saying that because I know you've got several items on the agenda. We have an evening meeting tonight as well. So again, I think we've got some good staff direction. I want to give complete and absolute credit to the staff, in particular Erica Shaw, for putting the graphic together. The visual is a very important piece. I'm a visual person. I like to see the flow chart and how things flow. And so credit to the staff for doing what they've done today.
Yeah, it goes with the old adage, charts and grabs. I love that. All right, actually, job well done by everybody. It establishes an initial framework. Thank you all. Many conversations to come, but everybody's thoughts are in the right place associated with it. Good job, Steve and staff. Okay, next item of business is discussion and update and possible direction of staff regarding state and federal legislative and administrative matters. And I'll turn to Eric Peterson. Eric, I'm crying. I'm crying as I turn to you. Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. County Manager, is there anything you want to add before I begin?
You've got it, Eric.
Okay, all right. Mr. Chairman and members, not to brag on my team, but I did want to point out that it is National County Government Month, and we do have a background available for you, and we are highlighting County Government Month all throughout April. So this will be in the package that you can download from the county intranet site to be able to put this background in all your meetings to celebrate the good work we do in county government. Again, my favorite go-to statistic is 9 out of 10 Americans don't know what county government does. It's our job to help be ambassadors of the good work that we do in public service. So I'll stop this pitch and move on to my report, Mr. Chairman. We do have a couple of bills and updates that we wanted to bring you. I'm not going to share each of them, but I'll walk through them all, but I won't share on my screen. Just big news on House Bill 2808, which is rural broadband grants. That was an initial proposal to provide $10 million to the ACA program, which we benefited from last year. That bill now has been amended to include $100 million from the ARP state funding to go into the rural broadband grant. So that is a directly related to the conversation we just had, a real potential where the legislature is saying, let's take $100 million of our money and put it in rural broadband grants. And so that's an example of where the state type of partnership could come in as we look at broadband going forward. So that's in 2808. It is pending in front of the Senate. Of course, this is all will wrap in with the budget, but again, a huge milestone to have such a vote of confidence and support for funding, bipartisan unanimous vote in the Senate committee to amend that bill in such a way that it's good vibes that we needed on those kinds of projects. Mr. Chair, I'm just going to highlight a couple of things, then I'll pause for questions. 1603 Transwestern, the refunds appropriation to the special districts. That bill is passed through the committees and is now awaiting the budget process. So we are in good spots there, and that's a bill we support. And also our bill on the redistricting deadline extension, Senate Bill 1107, has passed and has been signed by the governor. It is now law and is chaptered. So we now have until July 1st of next year to complete the redistricting process. We have and will continue redistricting. It's a separate topic, but general staff are working on a plan to be done by March 1 to be ahead of the 2022 filing deadlines for the November election. And then, Mr. Chair, I'm going to hold elections and go to the other bill that I sent out on Monday. I will share my screen. This is 1411, which is a very important bill. And Supervisor Fowler, you have asked about this, so I would encourage your voice. We have not taken a position, but essentially this bill is now pending. It includes a major amendment by Senator Fan, the Senate President, that increases unemployment for people who are seeking unemployment to $320 from our current base of $240. That will go into effect once the ARP unemployment extension that has been passed expires. But this is a huge step for the state to move the base unemployment rate up. And I think we have all seen the effect of not having unemployment be necessarily responsive or being sufficient in this crisis. And so it's a good move. I think it's one that we have supported in concept. We have not asked for direct action, and our recommendation from Public Affairs would be that the county support this bill. It is moving through with bipartisan support. Some pushback from the business community, of course, but none that is translated into major legislative opposition. So, Mr. Chair, I'll pause there on 1411 for guidance from the board.
Just to pause for a second, I'll turn to Vice Chair Fowler if you have comments on this.
Well, thank you, Eric. Thank you for sharing that. And this unemployment, the state of Arizona, unless you become unemployed, you don't realize how complex unemployment is just to access the unemployment benefits. And And then if you have worked in other states, our citizens, since we have, you know, it's challenging to get a job. Our citizens on average, I think one of our community needs assessment said that they drive, average drive to work is 50 miles. And so when you think about how the people are trying to get really better paying jobs, they travel the country. And so during this pandemic, we've had to, my office has helped many people access unemployment. We have learned so much about unemployment, and just this bill is going to really make a difference. And I'm really happy about it. So I urge that we support this bill. And I think we need to send Karen Fann, Senator, to a note to her. I think it's really important bill, and just the what we've learned. We've even had Zoom sessions on the unemployment, trying to explain how the process works. So, and we're still helping people. But anyway, thank you so much. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. So just to check in with members, this is pretty consistent with where we're going, but Eric's asking the question if we support it. I would suggest that we do, but I need a acknowledgement. I see Patrice saying yes. Judy's nodding her head yes. Geronimo, same thing, thumbs up. And we already heard from Vice Chair. So there you go, Eric.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Judy.
Basically, the ID me areas of access, having access, and also the completion of that. I mean, a lot of people couldn't even have access to that. And so that really hurt some families. Some people have been even trying for a month and a half, to get into that program and complete it. So, and then they went to the local offices, and the local offices, they said, we can't help you. There's nobody that can help you guys. Here's the 800 number, and dial that number and see if you're lucky to get through. So really, we really need to support this bill as the county, because hopes that, it's going to help us, with getting more people to qualify, or to get them unemployment benefits paid out to them. And I know some families that have been waiting for 4 weeks, and the ID me has not even gone through for them yet. And so and a lot of it has to do with the broadband. Not everybody has internet connections, and that's where the other problem sits. So there are a lot of issues that, that's hindering from our, getting fundings to the families that need this unemployment benefit. So certainly, we need to support it. And that's how I feel about that. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if people are still having issues accessing unemployment, they can contact my office, but increasing the unemployment benefit is going to greatly help individuals. We're one of the lowest in the country, our state is. So thank you so much.
All right. Okay, Eric's got his marching orders. Supervisor Vasquez, did you want to comment further on this?
Oh yeah, I just want to say that thank you, Eric, for all your work and what you've done, and having listened through the different legislative meetings over the last couple months. I just want to say the work is appreciated, and we definitely need to continue to advocate and support for our communities to make sure we're getting the help and support we need. So great job, and thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have a couple other bills if I can.
Okay, please.
All right. So 1411, it's on support on our agenda. We have 3 election bills I sent out to you. One has been signed into law, 2569, since the creation of the roundtable agenda. That bill will prohibit us, you as the board, the recorder and the county as a whole from taking any private funding. The grant that we received this past election for helping to administer the election, that paid for a lot of the COVID infrastructure and the flexibilities we needed to be able to pull off the election. Recorder Hansen is vehemently opposed to this, as have we have been, but the governor has signed this into law. It will force us, for your information, those kinds of nonprofit grants that would be available are now prohibited under this law and will be in effect here at the end of 2021. So wanted to make you aware that's 2569. We included in the email about it, the signing statement from the governor and Recorder Hansen's comments in the news articles. She also was featured this morning on the Hill newspaper on national press regarding this item. So wanted to bring that to your attention. The other two items, Mr. Chairman and members, that are on the agenda here that I wanted to talk about, both were at the LPC. The CSA LPC voted to oppose, so we are opposed. Just wanted to give you an update on those two bills. 1083 changes recount margins. There are various different recount margins for certain races right now, and that eliminates all those different benchmarks and provides one single automatic recount trigger of 0.5% of total votes cast. Will trigger the automatic recount. That's going to likely increase the number of recounts that we're going to see in various different races. It's going to be an issue. Obviously, we don't know what actual issue is at hand here, but many of the election bills are oftentimes a solution looking for a problem this session. But again, it's going to increase our costs because we're likely going to be dealing with more recounts because of the automatic trigger in various close elections. This includes small fire district elections. It includes initiatives and propositions. So it is an automatic trigger now for every top possible type of an election, and that is in 1083. 1713 is about the early ballot affidavit, and the bill requires it to fit inside a return envelope and include their date of birth and other permissible forms of identification within the affidavit. Meant, from my perspective, my words, to have a chilling effect on the early ballot procedure and process. The LPC did vote to oppose this. The county is opposed. I wanted to bring this to your attention as we are getting down to the line of some of the bills that are moving that still have a potential. I provide every week the long list of election bills. We're starting to see the narrowing now of what bills really have a potential to move in terms of elections. So I wanted to give you that update. Happy to answer any questions. No action is needed, but answer any questions.
Any questions by the board?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead, Vice Chair. Go ahead.
I do not have a question, but it is pretty sad what is going on at our state legislators trying to make sure that the citizens are making sure that voting is a complex thing to do now and conducting elections. I don't think they understand that it costs the county dollars and they don't fund the county for these conducting elections. It just creates more challenge for us. So I just want to thank our Recorder Hansen for always advocating on behalf of our county as well as all citizens and when it comes to voting rights. So and CSA has been opposing these bills and really happy that that's happening and they're still approving and signing them into law, which is not a good deal. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Lena. Yeah, just to note, this LPC, I think this is the most impressive LPC that I've seen, Legislative Policy Committee, for those that don't know the acronym. Cross-partisan, understanding the importance of elections as well as other issues that have implications upon us functioning well on behalf of our communities and our citizens. So it's a pretty dynamic group out there. You know, Eric could attest to that. He and I have talked about that back and forth. It's very impressive. So we have been trying to stay on top of it, make sure that we take what we think the board's position is, definitely get the report back to you just so you can see that. Okay, Eric, anything else?
Mr. Chairman, that's my update. I'll just, again, we provide you the link. You are welcome at any time to share with your colleagues and constituents our government affairs agenda on the link that we send out in the roundtable report.
All right, fantastic. Next item is item number 14. This is update from county manager regarding possible community, regional, or administrative matters. Steve.
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, I'm not going to report tonight. I can provide a written update to you at the end of the week, but I'll catch up with you written. So.
All right. Well, thank you, Steve. So a chance to go through roundtable. We started at the far end, which Lena said was the front end. So I want to go to the other front end, the bottom end, and start with district number 1 and go for a report as we work through each district.
All right. Well, I know we had a long report last time, so I'm going to make this very short and sweet. Number 1, I am looking forward to our board retreat. I know that's coming up, and I think during that, besides a number of other items we have to discuss, we can also talk a little bit about the American Rescue Plan and how we want to move forward on that. And also, I know that a question came up from Lucinda Andriani regarding whether we want to take any part of our summer break to include as an additional retreat the American Rescue Plan. I'm not sure. I know our staff is probably going to need a little time as well. So that's, I think we need to weigh and balance that. But next is just, I know that Lena has already indicated to you that the east entrance along Arizona State Highway 64 has been opened to the Grand Canyon National Park. But of course, concerns, we remain vigilant with regards to masking up, et cetera, which is not only a requirement for the CDC, and for us in our county and for our city, but also driving through the Navajo Nation as well. So, and then last but not least is that we have a CSA, two other things. We have a CSA meeting on Thursday. I hope you all be in attendance. Both the chair and also former Supervisor Liz Archuleta encouraged me to throw my hat in the ring for the WIR alternate representative position. I have done so. To my knowledge, I don't know if there's anybody else running, but certainly I would appreciate your vote, member of the Board of Supervisors. So please show up or provide your proxy. I think that Chair Ryan is going down. I will not be there in person. I will be appearing via Zoom, but he could carry your proxy with him if for some reason you aren't able to attend on Thursday. And then there is a Metro Plan update. We can't really provide a whole lot of information right now, but I'm going to let, if you wouldn't mind, Geronimo, maybe you can give a little update on Metro Plan. So thank you, Chair.
All right. Yeah, just to follow up. Yeah, I heard that Geronimo was going to put in for that position, so we might have a competition. I'll get you in trouble, Geronimo. Okay, no, District 2.
Plan. Patrice and I were working on. There looks like there might be some change in leadership, and so I will be part of the subcommittee that'll be working on that. And so that was brand new today. So I think that's might be part of what she's referring to. But also I did want to mention, because I'm not sure if I'd mentioned it before, at the last Water Commission meeting, I was elected to secretary treasurer for the executive board. And so that's another responsibility I've taken on. And then as far as just kind of some of the things been working on, really helping promote the clinics for this Saturday and the vaccination clinics. And like was mentioned earlier, I participated in the Facebook Live about vaccinations and hesitancy or whatnot. And And, you know, I just really feel that if we're going to get through this, we got to make that final push. We can't let up too soon or too early and relax. And so I really appreciate all the efforts from the public health department and everybody's efforts in really spreading the word and putting it out there. Because we're really at that point where we have, you know, we've made it so that getting vaccinated is very simple. You know, right now it's as easy and readily available as probably ever will be, you know, at this moment. So we got to take advantage of that and really get there to that percentage that we're looking to get vaccinated. And I think we're on the right track. So been dedicating some time to that. The clinic this Saturday, really excited about that, seeing if we can get some extra logistical support there for folks. And then been working on some parks projects, some different parks, and in particular, looking at a potential mural project that I'm really excited about, but I'll give more details about that later as it develops more. And so yeah, also working on putting together some workforce development stuff with some trade schools, possibly within the schools and creating some kind of pipeline program. And so that's also developing, and we'll see where that goes. So that's pretty much my report at this time. Thank you.
Wait, busy. Do you want to comment on your office and changes?
My office changes?
Arena coming on board.
Oh, yeah. And one of the biggest, it's been so busy that I'm still dealing with the transition. So my previous district director has taken a leave of absence. And so my new district director is Arena Contreras in the interim. And so we're trying that out and seeing how that works. So if you have any questions or need anything from me, please go through Arena. And we're really excited to see how we can start gelling moving forward.
All right. So anybody that needs to contact Geronimo, Arena is pretty sharp. And, you know, special thanks, obviously, to Teresa Thomas for all her years and support. And this, you know, she is taking special time, which is really good. So we have District 4, Supervisor Judy Begay.
Okay, here I go. Mine's a short comments I'll be making. The last meeting, I had a very long, lengthy report that I did, but basically in line with the workforce development issues that how to go about it and how to implement it and how to work with it through, you know, various departments or even the school system. We're going in there and where we want to do that. So, and then continue to see where there's a possibility of having MOUs or intergovernment agreements or things like that with various organizations where we would be able to help help them and they can help us. And the last thing is that, you know, I think that I'm really looking forward to the board retreat. I think, you know, after 3 months and going on 4 months, it's way overdue. I think we need to sit down, sit down and talk about some of these issues that we're just kind of pushing along, and some of these have already been in the works, like back 4, 5, 6 months ago, and they're finally surfacing or moving forward. And me and our new board members, there's 3 of us, and I'm kind of thinking that, you know, we need to be brought up to par on those things, and we see it till it hits the board meetings, and that's how, you know, we're addressing these issues. And that's where, you know, we really need to work together as a board, and then also with our county manager to ensure that, you know, everyone is up to par and that, you know, everybody's involved. So, and lastly, is we got the news that Eric was leaving, and to me, you know, I feel that I asked him, I said, what can we do to have him stay with us? And he was very helpful to us within District 4, and he was always around and helpful, and, you know, with Lucinda and, you know, others that are here in the office, you know, that even the other districts directors that were here. And I hope, you know, that we find someone that is equivalent at least to how he did his work and how he's shown us and all the support that he gave us, and that he was the legislative portion of it, where we really need to work on that, is because there's a lot of things that affect us, from the legislative and the state, the federal level and stuff like that. So, and it's good to hear all of that. And I know that probably takes a lot of time to prepare and keep an eye out for, the whole county, as big as the county is. So I just want to say, I feel sad, and I just hope that him the best, and I just want him to know that we all appreciate him, and that he's there to help us and assist us in any way. And I think everybody's feels the same way, but I just want to express that, here now, given the opportunity to give up an update. But my day wasn't my day, after I found out. But, nonetheless, at some point in time, we have to make some decisions, especially if it's family related. And so, but, I just want to say thank you, Eric, for helping us and being here for us. And you'll continue to help us until, the day that you part from the county. And so and that's what I would like to say. And that's my report. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Judy. You're making me cry again. So next up, Vice Chair Lena Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, County Manager. We had Congressman O'Halloran that introduced the new Promise Act at the City Council meeting in Page. And so, that is our bill that we draft and help draft the Promise Act, the original one. And then now we have the new Promise Act, which is really exciting because it really addresses our region. So we had a meeting on that. He came out to Tuba City the next day after the Page visit, and we walked the abandoned buildings, federal buildings. These were buildings that were built in the 1930s that were built for the use by federal government there. Some of them are boarding school buildings, and they're abandoned. And some of these buildings need to, my request actually is to the federal government is to evaluate the properties, federal properties on tribal lands, and evaluate these buildings and restore those that need to be restored, and also to demolish some of them that are not usable anymore, and then also to maintain the properties. So the community, as a community, we, the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Tuba City chapter, we all met with the congressman, and so he said that he was going to be working on that now as well. Then we met with the North Rim superintendent and his staff. May 15th is the opening date at the North Rim, and it will close again on October 15th. As you all know, we've been working on this North Rim year-round opening for many years, it seems like. And we had NAU do a study on if it was to stay open, how would it impact the economy? Well, it would be very positive, because on October 15th, when it closes, it causes the businesses in that region to all the way to Page, Kanab, and even St. George in Utah, on the Utah side, since we're along the Arizona Strip, it would, they end up closing their doors. So we continue to work, and the superintendent has committed to working with us to in this process of keeping the North Rim open. It may be like partially open, so it may not be the full opening, but there are other activities that may take place. So we continue to meet, and I'm really positive at the direction that that the superintendent and his staff are taking. So that would be, so those are the major things. Of course, we continue to help people with their taxes, and just mentioned the unemployment as well. There's a lot of people that still need help. So that my office is very, very busy. So when I'm not in meetings, I'm doing taxes as well, as along with my staff. So thank you.
All right. And just for the sake of time, I'll skip District 3. Just from the chair side, just a couple quick notes. One is Steve survived a week, maybe even 2. I'm starting to lose track of it, but it's been great, Steve. Really appreciate all the work that you've been doing here. And then just as Patrice had noted, medium counties, or not medium counties, CSA is happening. Make sure you turn your proxies in so we can carry a vote for the sake of Patrice for the WIR position. That'd be really helpful. Yeah, please let us know one way or another whether you're attending or not, so we can keep track of our votes, but also help carry Patrice forward on that. It looks like I have Supervisor Vasquez. Geronimo, did you want to have any other comments that you wanted to add at this point?
Yeah, just real quick, because you did put me on the spot, so I hadn't collected my thoughts on it.
I apologize.
It's all good.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you to Teresa Thomas for her 24 years of service. I believe 24, 22. Either way, more than 20 serving as district director for my predecessor, Liz Archuleta, and then coming on with the transition with me. I really appreciate all her support and everything she did to help set me up to get me through my first couple months. I'm sad to lose her, but I'm happy for her in her new adventure and whatnot. And so, Teresa, enjoy your new adventure. You've earned it. So thank you.
Absolutely. Well done. Steve?
Mr. Chair, no, I've, you know, of course, Eric is announced, Eric Peterson has announced his departure, but all I'm going to say is we're going to roast him at the next meeting. So
Yes.
with that.
Yes.
It'll be a
We know where you are.
worldwide coverage of his exit will be a roast and a toast. So
I see acknowledgement on that one.
I could play a good Don Rickles to you also. That's okay.
You are required to be at that meeting.
That'd be great. All right. Well, with that, we do have a continuation. This was our special session. Our regular meeting will start at 6 o'clock. We have a break, so provide an opportunity for everybody to get a little bit of a dinner, just a quick one. But we'll be back at 6 o'clock. 2 items of business. We'll be talking about flight control as one of our pieces, and then the other will be a public hearing associated with the windmill piece. With that, we'll go ahead and take a break until 6 o'clock. Thank you, everybody.
Hey, so I just sent you an email, which is the Zoom email. I forgot to tell you guys this. When you've been invited by Lindsay as a co-host, you got to use the start webinar button to get in. No problem. No, that's not. I forgot to tell you. So you're fine. Use that one. Okay.
Eric, this is Christopher. Are you talking to Christopher or are you talking to somebody else?
Sorry, I was talking on the phone. Didn't realize I hadn't left my microphone.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
You're great, Christopher.
Thanks, my friend.
Can you hear me okay, Eric?
Yeah,
Sure
we can.
can.
Good.
Great.
Hey guys, I'm checking in. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, Joe, we can hear you. Thanks.
Good.
I don't think anybody looks as good as Sam does, though.
It's a filter.
Oh, Sam.
There we go. How we doing, Eric? Or Claire?
Supervisor, it does, or Chairman, it does look like we have everyone with us.
Okay. My gosh, time flies. All right. Let me catch you up. And so just to go through it, we're reconvening. We just took a very quick break and now coming back for our regular session. And with our regular session, I'm calling the meeting back to order. And our first item of business that we have tonight, we have two items, just to note. First is a discussion associated with flood control. And then the second item is a public hearing in consideration of a master development plan in Newman Park. With that, first item of business, let me just bring the board back together. I'll check in. Supervisor Horstman.
I'm here.
All right. Supervisor Vasquez. There you are. See ya.
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Begay.
I'm here.
All right. And then Vice Chair Fowler.
I'm present. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you. Okay. So to discuss flood control, we need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors.
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair Fowler. I need a second.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Okay, we're now acting in the capacity of the Flood Control District Board of Directors. I know Lucinda will be speaking. Steve, did you want to start anything off here? Or?
No, Mr. Chair, Lucinda's here to present the item, and so
Okay.
we'll respond to staff questions. But again, we will also remind you at the conclusion of this conversation to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors.
All right. I tend to forget those things sometimes, so
Thank you.
thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so we have our Deputy County Manager, Lucinda Andriani, presenting. Lucinda.
All right, good evening, Chair and Directors of the Flood Control District. Happy to be with you this evening. This evening, we are here to provide an update and important information relative to the museum flood area. As I think everyone is aware that we experienced a fire in 2019, very close to Flagstaff, threatened a number of areas in Flagstaff that fire did. And as with many areas in this county, it burned part of a watershed that we knew to be at risk for post-wildfire flooding if in fact there were a wildfire to take place. And so we'll talk a little bit later about what was done at that time, but today we're really here to focus on a recent update of the flood threat analysis. And our consulting engineer, J. Fuller Hydrology and Geomorphology, that did the original analysis back in 2019, the flood threat analysis. They have gone through a process to validate that analysis and in effect have demonstrated that the risk still remains for significant flooding into the museum flood area, which we know includes an area in the county, Mount Eldon Estates area, as well as a portion of Lockett Meadows, as well as into the Paradise and Grandview areas within Flagstaff, and of course the Sunnyside area within Flagstaff. So over 400 homes and businesses at risk from this flooding. I want to also say that in this process, we obviously work very closely with the Forest Service, Rocky Mountain Research Station, which is a branch of the Forest Service, as well as Arizona Geological Survey and the city of Flagstaff, and the review by those other organizations as well of the flood risk. The Forest Service in particular, Arizona Geological Survey, has also confirmed, they too have confirmed that the flood risk remains. So we're going to walk through that information tonight. We have had an opportunity to meet with Supervisors Supervisors Horseman and Vasquez, given that this directly affects their districts. And we have also had conversation and met with most of the city council members as well as the mayor. And we will be presenting again at the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors as well as City Council at the end of this month. So with that, we're going to launch in here. Sam Beckett is our driver tonight. So Sam, go ahead and bring up the presentation and we'll move to the timeline of events and so forth here. Just want to say that, you know, most of what we have learned, as many understand. Sam, go ahead and hit from beginning there. So we're starting from the beginning, get the full screen. There you go. Great. Thanks, Sam. You can go ahead and advance to the next slide. That, you know, it really, our learning curve was put on steroids, I'll say, back in 2010 when we had the Shoals fire and then subsequent very dramatic flooding. We'll show you a short video of that flooding to give you an appreciation of what one watershed can produce. And this kind of just gives you a timeline of what we've experienced. We've experienced several fires and post-wildfire flooding, as well as conducted a number of studies. Sam, you can go to the next, actually, just a minute, go back. I'm sorry, my bad. We've conducted a number of studies. I'll come to a study that was done that was actually funded by FEMA, and which was important relative to the museum fire and post-wildfire flooding analysis that we did as well. So, but you can see that we've really developed a lot of information in this whole arena, and we're participating in a group called After the Flames, and which is an organization of people from across the Western U.S. that are talking about the impacts of post-wildfire and including flooding. And Jay Smith and I have been participating. Christopher's participated as well, and we're all trying to learn from each other, and it's just been a great opportunity. And we're really laying a lot of the groundwork for others to understand this particular threat of post-wildfire flooding. Go ahead and move to the next slide, Sam, there, and go ahead and show the video. This is a flood event in the Schultz flood area. This was one event. In the first year, we had 23 major events, flood events, similar to this. You can see that the flood effects had been much greater during other flood events. You can see the house was completely flooded. This house was destroyed in the flooding, and how, you know, the mitigation served to provide some impact reduction from impact, but that this flooding can be very severe. And again, this wasn't even probably one of the more severe events. And it gives you appreciation. You know, this water is coming from way up on the mountain. It may not even have rained at this location. So, and most of the time it had not rained. It's what happens on the burn scar that matters. So thanks, Sam. So moving to the next slide here. Importantly, as I mentioned, we had been, after the Schultz experience in 2014, FEMA reached out to us and said that with everything you've learned, we would like to fund the county to conduct a post-wildfire study for the entire county, and then to identify where is this risk for both debris flows and post-wildfire flooding. And we worked with the Arizona Geological Survey and Joberg, their expert in debris flows, and went through a whole analysis. This was done by J.E. Fuller as well. And that analysis, Joe Leverage, that you're going to hear from a minute, conducted that study. Out of that, we did identify that the Spruce Avenue watershed, which is the watershed that was impacted by the museum fire, that watershed was at high risk for post-wildfire flooding. We did not select that for additional in-depth analysis because the Flagstaff Watershed Protection Project was already underway, and they were going to be moving forward with thinning in that area. And as you know, they had progressed with a fair amount of thinning when that occurred, but there was still areas that had not been treated yet that did burn. And we did end up with a significant component of that watershed that was burned to a moderate or severe level, which creates, this real high risk and a fair amount of very steep slopes, of which you'll see some good photographs Joe will share with you as well. So fortunately, we'd had at least some level of scope on this potential threat. And then literally when the fire plume went up, I called Joe and said, start up the computer and start developing the model so that we can do, if this is not contained quickly, that we're prepared to run the model and develop a mitigation plan with that model. And that's what took place back in 2019. So with that, well, I'd like to turn it over. Go ahead, go to the next slide, Sam. Turn it over to Joe Leverage. Joe is a professional engineer and again works with J. Fuller. And he's been working with us in this arena for many years, did all the analysis for Bill Williams Mountain, as well as the Upper Rio analysis that was conducted as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Joe.
Thank you, Lucinda. Chairman Ryan, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to talk tonight. I'm going to take you on a little bit of history through the museum fire modeling, and then kind of project that forward to today and what we're seeing for the flood risks today. So to just give you a bit of an overview, in this image here, you can see the red outline is the Schultz fire burn scar. Just over the hill from that is the colored red and orange and green area, which is the museum fire within the Spruce Avenue Wash watershed. The blue lines are an extent of flooding down through the East Flagstaff. You also see on here are cameras. Those are game cameras that are along Spruce Avenue Wash, which I'll talk more about later. And there are 4 rain gauges within the watershed, which you can see with the blue notes on them. I'll get into that more a little bit later as well. So the fire burned just under 2,000 acres and measured at the city of Flag limits, at the city limits, it was about 52% of the watershed of Spruce Avenue Wash. Of that area, about 53% burned moderately or severely. And that's what's really driving our potential flood impact downstream. So that flooding then could potentially affect 400 homes and 50 businesses downstream. Next slide. So what are the things that are driving our post-fire flood risk? All right, so if you think about rainfall in a normal watershed, there's the canopy, hits all the pine needles or the leaves, then it comes down to the ground. You have grasses, you have shrubs, there's all the forest duff that's on the ground, and that it really catches a lot of the rainfall and prevents a lot of the rainfall from actually running off down the slope. Now, when a fire comes through and it burns, those pine needles, in this picture, you can see they're kind of green still, but those are all gone at this point. There's no more canopy. There's no more grasses on the ground and branches and all this shrubs on the ground that catch that water, and so the water can hit the soil and runs off. And what happens is you get more water that runs off down the hill than previous because it's not being caught. Also, it runs off the hill faster. So you end up with an increased flood risk with more water, and that water affects the downstream areas faster than the watershed did previously. Next slide. So in the Schultz area, the approach we took for the flood risk modeling was to prepare a pre and post fire two-dimensional flood model. Now this two-dimensional model was in Flow 2D. It's it's been used widely in county studies over the last years. And I'm not going to dive too much into the details of that, but what we did to start with is had to prepare a pre-fire model. What is our baseline for what flows off the watershed before the fire happens? Then from that, we were able to change the watershed conditions over the fire based on the burn severity to reflect post-fire conditions. Another aspect of it is, well, what kind of rainfall do you model over the watershed? And what we chose to do was an intense monsoonal type storm based on gauge data within the Schultz fire burn scar that have actually happened. So we chose a 1 hour storm event that could produce approximately 2 inches of rainfall, and that was our baseline storm event. But we also ran various rainfall depths through our model to understand what is that overall range of risk. And the peak flow we found for the 2-inch rainfall event could increase, at the city limit line by approximately 10 times for the 2-inch rainfall. So a big increase, partially due to the fact that not a lot of water came off that watershed in the pre-fire condition, and that half the watershed burned. Next slide. So what does this look like down through the neighborhood? As you come down through Mount Eldon Estates to the city limits, down along Paradise and then Linda Vista and transitioning on down, the channel generally goes from a more confined condition to a less confined condition. And that water transitions downstream into the Sunnyside area, and where it really fans out because it's so flat. So the east-west road that you see at the top of this image is Cedar Avenue. And so what we found is that for that 2-inch post-fire rainfall event, the flooding depth could range anywhere from 0 to up to 2, 3, possibly 4 feet in the main channel through the Sunnyside area. A lot of it's fairly shallow, distributed flow, but yet it's deep enough that it's able to go through yards, it's able to impact houses directly, and that's why we're having such a significant flood risk. Next slide. So let's come forward to 2021 and talk through what we've learned over the last couple of years and how we apply that to our models now. So next slide, Sam. Okay, so what I touched on before, there are 4 game cameras up in the watershed, and those cameras take photos on intervals throughout the day. Those intervals are well spaced out at when it's not raining, and then they go closer together when it's raining to try to catch flood events that come through. There's also real-time rainfall gauges getting real-time data within the watershed as well. Go ahead. Now, how does this fire scar relate to the Schultz? So the blue polygon on the bottom of the map is the Spruce Avenue Wash watershed. On the top of the map are the watersheds impacted by the Schultz fire. The Schultz rainfall gauges are all those numbers noted within that area, and those have been in the ground for up over 10 years now. The rainfall gauges within the museum fire in the Spruce Avenue Wash watershed have only been around. One of them was installed in 2018, and the other 3 were installed in 2019. So proximity-wise, it's actually very close. The two pictures are pictures of when we were installing a couple of the rainfall gauges in the museum fire scar just right after the fire burned it. Next slide. So what is the National Weather Service saying about where we're going with our rainfall? Now, you all know the last 2 years have been our monsoon years. This is a graphic from the National Weather Service. And so they've been the two driest on history, on record. But the general trend is for wetter conditions over the past 50 years. So the line is increasing. And judging by how the records over the past 50 years, it's highly unlikely that we would see another dry monsoons like these last 2 years. So, even if we're predicting a normal monsoon monsoon this year, it'll be significantly different than the last 2 years. Next slide. So what does that look like in our watershed? This is a graph of rainfall totals from July to September for our 4 rainfall gauges within the watershed. The south gauge was installed a year before the fire, so it has 2018 data. In 2018, we had just over 10 inches of rain. 2019, that dropped to just over 4. 2020, that was at about 3. So you see the significant difference between 2018 and 2020. That same trend, though we don't have the gauge data for 2018 on the other gauges, the same trend holds true for the Flagstaff Airport, for the Schultz rainfall gauges. So it's just showing the picture that nothing really happened significant in the last 2 years. Go ahead. Now, if we look forward to, or what we want to do is we want to learn from rainfall events that have happened in the watershed and try to validate our model, validate or invalidate our model. We want to know that it's tracking right. And so there was one rainfall event on July 24th, 2020, that started off looking like it was going to be a significant rainfall event. The blue line on this graph is the bottom is hours and the rainfall total is on the left. The blue line is our 2-inch rainfall event that we're modeling. And the other colors are the rainfall gauges within the watershed of how they were monitoring the rain. So you can see in the very first 15 minutes of the storm, they were actually tracking pretty well. They were some significant rain was coming through, and enough to initiate some emergency notifications to the flood director. So, we even had 0.4 inches of rain by 2:57, and so it was looking like it could produce some flooding, and then the rain tapered off. And what it did was there was some very significant flooding up on the mountain, but there wasn't enough water within that storm to translate a long ways downstream and cause a lot of flooding downstream. The picture on the left shows the water flowing across Mount Eldon Road at our upper camera at between 2:55 and 3 p.m. That's right near the Upper Oldham Trailhead, if you know the area. So what we did was we took this data, the data we had based on the cameras, the rainfall, said, okay, if we take that, let's plug that back into our model and see if our model is approximately correct. What we found was when we used that rainfall and our approximations of the actual flow that happened, that they were tracking pretty well, that the model was predicting that the flow rates that we experienced pretty accurately. And so for that one model, for that one event, we have some pretty good validation. Whether that holds true for larger events, that's to be seen, but we have to use what we have. And so it's showing that yeah, it's looking pretty good based on the information that we have. Next slide. Okay, so the question though is, this 2-inch event that we're doing the mitigation for, how realistic is that to happen? We looked back at a couple of the rainfall gauges on the Schultz side, and these are totals 1 hour. These are maximum hourly rainfall totals in inches for 2 different rainfall gauges. So in 1 hour, this is how much rain fell. So you can see there's 4 events in both watersheds that produced plus or minus 2 inches of rain over the last 10 years. One of those events, the Upper Campbell Copeland gauge recorded 3.8 inches of rain, and that caused a lot of the 2018 flooding that the North Schultz area experienced. So it's showing that over the last 10 years, we've had 4 events that really could produce the flooding that we're showing in the modeling. So the risk is there. And you also see on this graph how 2019 and 2020 for both of those gauges is very, very low, like what we were talking about previously. Next slide. So let's talk about the current condition, because that drives a lot of the assumptions in the model, is how is the soil looking at this point in time. Go ahead, next slide. These are 2 photos from the same spot from February of 2020 and November of 2020, looking from the Dry Lake Hills across the Brookbank Trail is right below, across towards Mount Eldon. And what we found is just on field visits during various times that a lot of the moderate to high burn severity areas that are really driving the increase in flood risk are not growing in very well. And so without that additional vegetation growing in, there's nothing that's really coming in to hold that soil and reduce the flood risk downstream. Next slide. And so even in this November of 2020, again, on a hike we took with the Forest Service and Coconino County, and you know, a lot of these areas, it's still just that very fine dust with ash mixed into it, and it's all still on that slope, and there's not much recovery happening in a lot of these areas that drive the flow. There is some recovery on some of the north aspects and some of the low burn severity areas, but those aren't the really driving factors in how our model is showing the flood risk. And so the grand takeaway is that the risk, we feel the risk still remains, and the watershed hasn't recovered enough to justify reducing the risk that's shown in the models. Go ahead, Sam. So with that, I'll open it to questions and comments. Lucinda?
Yeah, we want to stop here. This is really important information to understand, because obviously after 2 years of no monsoon, many people believe that there is no risk, right? Because they haven't seen flooding. Whereas in Schultz, we had a flooding pretty much immediately after the fire stopped. We had a massive flood event. So people immediately understood, oh, the threat is real. And I continue to get calls from out there saying, I hope they understand the threat. And so I think it's important that if you have any questions or comments or concerns, that to understand this, because people will ask you, like, why are we really do we really need to mitigate this? Is it really important? And I think it's important that you have this understanding. It's also really important because with Schultz, early on in that process, the board of directors of the flood control district, very early on in that process, adopted a philosophy that we were going to be it was going to be a science-based response, which it has been for Schultz as well as since then, that it's based in science. This isn't just, we're concerned about this or we feel that or think, this is based in science, and this is all driven by science. Some people thought in 19 that the mitigation wasn't needed, and because they didn't understand the science behind it, but it was based in science. And so Doesn't mean we can predict exactly what's going to happen, but it is based in science. And we certainly have seen what can happen. So with that, any questions, comments?
I'll go ahead and hop up real quick. I like the visuals that you're providing. I think you did a really, it's telling when you show the slope and the hydrophobic. You didn't talk about the hydrophobic soil in that photo, but you made the point. You can see it with the slope. You could see it with your graphs as well. So I think a picture tells 1,000 words. These are going to be useful in the future to help people understand just what you're suggesting, Lucinda. There really is a threat up there. But they, the other piece about the Schultz, is when it happens, it surprises the people downstream. It scares them. Say if it comes in night, they don't know where it is, what to do, that kind of thing. So very important. So there are my quick comments. Looks like Patrice, you're up. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thank you, Lucinda and Joe. And I did have an opportunity to review this briefly with you both. And it's very important information that, of course, we need to get out to the community, especially those that are affected. And I know we've been talking about that, Lucinda, with Supervisor Vasquez and myself. And obviously some folks from the city, just to get the information out. So thank you very much and look forward to doing that in the future with you both and with Supervisor Vasquez. Also, I do want to talk about the mitigation efforts there, but I think that's further on in the slide, so I can hold off on my comments until we get there.
Yeah, we'll be covering the plan, the proposed effort for mitigation, as well as the communications plan.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate that. And thank you for this information.
Thank you.
Others? Doesn't look like it. Okay, go ahead.
No.
Oh, hang on. Hieronyma, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, first of all, I'd just like to say thank you to Lucinda and the team. We did get briefed on it, and and I was given a tour, and I really appreciated that. And it definitely made understanding this presentation much easier, much better. So I really appreciate that, and all the work that the whole team has been doing on the flood mitigation efforts. We're working with, as Supervisor Horstman had mentioned, we are working on ways that we can continue to inform the public and really urge a little bit of calmness, and patience with. I know the barriers can be an eyesore. I worked at Killip. We lost half our fields to those barriers. So I understand the frustration, but until we see a flood situation, even a minor one, we don't want to remove those too soon. So I would just urge folks to be patient and appreciate the work that's gone into it and know that we're working on the best plan possible. So thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Vice Chair. Go ahead, Lena.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Lucinda and Joe. Thank you. Really good presentation. I was, since there is no grass, I guess the topsoil is gone. Is there discussion about reseeding the slopes so that they can start growing again? What are the conversations about the landscape and with the Forest Service and other partners?
Sure, I'm happy to answer that. Right after, or actually toward the end of any major wildfire like this, the Forest Service brings in a burned area emergency response team, of which Joe participated in that team. They conduct a review and study of what do they believe could be the potential downstream impacts. And what they have learned over many of these experiences across the West, including Schultz to a large degree, is that the seeding and planting of seedlings has pretty low impact. And certainly if an area is, the steepness of the areas is if it's relatively flat, like some of the areas they did reseed or replant out in the Schultz area, the trees did survive. I don't know if anybody's really looked at the survival rate. I think it was mixed depending upon the exposure to sun and things like that. But long story short, and you certainly, Vice Chair, drive by there frequently, and you can tell that there's still a large area where regrowth has been relatively slow. Again, north-facing slopes, less steep, but they haven't found these. So they made a decision in that process. Their recommendation to the forest supervisor and the Forest Service was to not reseed or to replant. And they have been questioned about that since then, about whether they should, and they have remained pretty steadfast that that is not their intent to do that. So they're going to, allow for natural regeneration. Now, the issue too that we do still have, as Chair Ryan mentioned, is that because we haven't had a lot of rain, and we've had some snow up there, and not a lot of rain or snow, frankly, these hydrophobic soils still do exist in some locations. And a lot of that location, when you see that fried look, and it fries the ground in effect, and it turns it to glass. That's what hydrophobic means, fear of water, right? So we do still see that up there. That creates even worse impact. So that's been their position. And I've not heard that they're reconsidering that. In fact, I know there was quite a discussion about that at the end of last year, and they have not moved off that position. So.
Well, I'm happy to hear that, because I remember that was a decision that was made. I get very concerned about reseeding just because of the introduction of these invasive species that come in with those reseeding. Even though they say that it's natural to the area, somehow these unnatural weeds come in, and that just makes it even more dangerous. As far as the model is concerned, the watershed and the I'm just wondering how with the model that is being drawn up, if it was possible to be able to channel the water, collectively somehow channel it through the community, just like just like the Schultz site, and maybe run a walk path over it and channel it right under the ADOT and the railroad and right into the Rio de Flag. Is that something that you're all looking at, or what? I guess that's going to come later, huh? That you mentioned, but the fanning out, and just wondering if there's when this is just a model of what the water will do, should there be a flood. I'm really happy to see the rain gauges there, but I think that's coming up. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here.
So I think what's important to understand is that, yes, we have done some work on forest. The dynamic here is quite a bit different than Schultz, in that the areas above the the developed areas, like above Mount Eldon Estates, it's a fairly small footprint of forest area between the burn area and the development. And then once you get between Mount Eldon and then to the city of Flagstaff, I mean, these are short distances. Even these smaller rain events, we got floodwater all the way down to Cedar, for example, in these small events. And so, and the water will be at Mount Eldon Estates in probably about 10 minutes. And so, unfortunately, unlike Schultz, where we had a lot of area where we could stabilize the fans, the alluvial fans, alluvial fan is just a wide place in the river, right? Where the water spreads out and it slows down and it drops its sediment. And those efforts in Schultz have been phenomenal in reducing the flood impact. Even with the 1,000-year flood event we had in 18, those measures were like that 3.8 inches you saw on Campbell and there was no flooding downstream. And so, but we don't have that opportunity here. There's some areas where we could do a little bit more, but it's not the same. Then once you get to the city actually has a 100-year flood system in the city pre-wildfire. But remember, our flows are now 10 times worse. So they already have a stormwater system. They already have, they have a system we didn't have in Schultz that we had the opportunity to be able to build there. But they are looking at some improvements as well, where there are some bottlenecks. And the biggest threat is that if the inlets get plugged with debris for that system, where it goes under the streets, where it goes into the stormwater system and goes into underground pipes, if those plug, that's what's going to create the real disaster. And so we're trying to think of every way to keep that debris and sediment up on the forest, but there's a lot less opportunity to do that here than there was in Schultz. So yes, but we are looking at some potential additional, as is the city, projects.
Well, I have more questions, but I think since you have more presentations, I'll just hold on to them.
You bet.
Yeah. We want to kind of move it along. We have presentation to go. Go ahead. All right.
All right, so go to the next slide here. And I just want to share that, we've been working with a team with the city. We have a joint team. It's really city representatives, county representatives, as well as our hydrology team, Joe and his associate, Corey. And this information was presented to that team about 2 months ago or so. And everyone concerned, reached a consensus that the threat still remains and that we need to pursue mitigation. So next slide. And this is important, that we're really working together to develop the plan. And that, again, we'll be coming back to both the board and the council on the 26th to talk more. And we're developing a communications plan and so forth. We'll touch on those. We're going to get the highlights of both the mitigation plan very quickly, given the limited time, and on the communication plan. Alex Fisher will present that piece. So now let's move to the next slide here, Sam. And I'm going to turn it over to Christopher to very quickly talk about a little bit about what was done right after the fire in 2019. So you got a little bit of sense about that. And this shows both the city and county team working together on the mitigation effort. Go ahead, Christopher. And we'll need to move quickly because we've got 15 minutes. So. Christopher, are you with us?
And we want to make sure we cover the topic, so we can go a little over, but
okay, well, go ahead and go to the next slide. Christopher may be having some technical. So in 2019, we had a campaign. I think most of you are aware of that, and went through and developed a mitigation system using both concrete barriers as well as sandbags, and in effect mitigated those 400 homes and 35 to 50. I think we ended up with about 35 businesses, and to a cost of $1.2 million effort. And that was all really effectuated in about a 2 to 2.5 week period. So next slide.
Hey, Lucinda, can you hear me?
Yeah, why don't you let me finish up, then because we're on a short timeline here, but the city also did a lot of maintenance of the channels themselves. As we talked about, they do have a channel and stormwater system within the city. We also did so in the county area, removing trees and debris. You can't imagine what came out of these channels. It was pretty interesting. And as many are aware, we held extensive number of public meetings, many what we called meetings in the street, to meet with groups of people in neighborhoods to talk about the mitigation strategies. and to talk about the flood warning systems and other things that we were in the process of putting in place. And one thing I really want to emphasize, we always want to emphasize that in this type of situation, if you do get a flood alert, and first, very importantly, sign up for the emergency alerts, particularly if you live in this area, but certainly anywhere, sign up for the county's emergency alert system. And is that in this case, we want people to shelter in place. It's important to stay in your home. Don't try to leave. More people have negative consequences of when they try to leave during severe flooding. So that's a very important message. Next slide. Then in 2020, we conducted a refresh of the mitigation, went in and provided sandbags to the neighborhood. We also did some of that work in support, particularly of the elderly and disabled who need assistance. We brought in conservation crews to assist as well. Worked with United Way to identify people who needed assistance and so forth, and did a refresh effort. We replaced approximately 700 sandbags, and well, probably more than that. That's what was done by the crews. We also delivered bags into the neighborhood so that people could do the work themselves as well. So it was, a significant effort, but certainly nothing compared to what we had done in 19. Next slide. Now I want to turn it over to Sam. Sam Beckett, our Public Works Emergency Response and Preparation Coordinator, is going to manage this effort for what we're calling a shore up this year. Now, what has happened in the flood area, if you've driven through, you'll see that a lot of the sandbags are deteriorating. That's to be expected. They technically have a 5-year life. Historically, we've seen they last about 3 years. We're at 3 years. And in fact, this was a very bad 3 years because there's been a lot of sun. We didn't have the rain. We didn't have as much snow. And actually, it's interesting, it's the UV impact on the bags is really the biggest impact. So we're going to go in and do a real shore up process is what's proposed this year to make sure the overall system is still in place as well. So go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, thank you, Lucinda. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Just as Lucinda said, we're working on going into Sunnyside this year. We've already had several meetings with the city and some walkthroughs with the city and their flood staff just to see what it looks like, what these mitigations are holding up to. Like she said, the sandbags just aren't lasting as long as they should. Some of them are in the shade and those are holding up, but otherwise the evaluations are a big part of what we're trying to do so we understand where we're going with all this. Then we're also working on a big communication piece, which you'll hear later on in this presentation. We are going to be staffing, we will be staffing and not staffing, but staging all of the sandbags again at King Street. We'll have empty sandbags there. There's plenty of cinder sand still left over, and all that will be available to anybody who wants to go over and make their own sandbags. We will also be placing sandbags again this year, much like we did last year in the community. So it makes it an easier haul for people. We'll try to keep them about a block apart. It just makes it easier for people who don't have vehicles that can haul sandbags, a little easier to get to their home. Again, a big part of what we're going to do this year is trying to help out and support the elderly and disabled with our conservation crews, which come on in the middle of next month. Those crews will come in and work specifically with those homeowners who can't do or perform the work to refresh or shore up the mitigation efforts that they currently have on their properties. We're going to be working hopefully with United Way to make sure that we can field all these calls. As you know, our call center is pretty active with COVID response, so it takes a partnership to make sure that we can meet all the needs that it takes and requirements that it takes to pull off something like this. And one of those pieces is a call center. We'll be working with United Way to make sure that they're up to speed on a system that we purchased last year. I say we, but Christopher Tressler and Eric Peterson really the leads on bringing in Salesforce, which will be managing and tracking this entire process this year. So we have a really clean system and how we're going to manage everything. Again, our conservation crews come in on the 24th of May. The road maintenance crews will also be supporting this project, but as you all know, the crews can't work on private property. So they will be hauling the sandbags out on transport trucks so that the conservation crews can actually place the sandbags on the private property. So it will be a joint effort with our public works staff. And as you all know, they also have a bunch of big projects coming up this year. So there's a lot of coordination between a lot of different moving parts to make all this happen. Just in the essence of time, we'll move forward here.
Yeah, and I want to just add to that, the city will be providing resources as well. And, you know, in terms of supporting this effort as well. So we'll talk more about that, you know, when we meet on the 26th as well. So
Lucinda, I just wanted to say that Ed Shank from the Stormwater Department is him and Sam and I have been evaluating the needs, and the City of Flagstaff staff are supporting and are supportive of these efforts, and they're in the field with us and they're helping us make decisions, especially with respect to flood mitigation around Tillip School. And during that construction, it's vulnerable and it's sensitive. And so we're working with the Flagstaff Unified School District, and we're working with the City of Flagstaff to help make decisions and inform the public.
yeah, and I think it's important to note that those barriers, some of those barriers have been either moved into new positions and or removed. And that does not mean that the flood threat is gone. That's just because they are building a new section of school and renovating the school there. And so we're working with them to be able to accommodate that project as well. So now I'd like to turn it over to Alex, and Alex is going to provide the highlights of the communications plan.
Great. Good evening. Thank you, Chair Ryan and directors of the Flood Control District for allowing me to speak about the preliminary communications plan. So we can go to that next slide. If you can just click through. Thank you so much. So before we dive in too far, I just want to emphasize that everything we're discussing this evening will be produced in both Spanish and English. So just kind of keeping that in mind as we talk through. Tonight, you've heard a lot about the science, the partnerships, the logic, and it's been a number of slides, but we know that the public certainly likely isn't watching every board meeting, and we'll need to help distill the information that you've heard tonight into digestible pieces that are easily and quickly understood. The messages that we'll be distilling and that we've gleaned from this presentation is that it's really critical to remember that the threat of flooding remains and will be there for several years. We also want to talk about how this is not, as Lucinda mentioned, this is not a matter of the county just thinking this is important. This is a science-based decision that the Flood Control District, the City of Flagstaff, and our outside consultant, J.E. Fuller, have all aligned on. So really emphasizing that this is a science-based mission. We also want to talk about how, there's been very little recovery. So we'll use images like the one you've seen tonight of the burn area that shows it's still dust up there. And that really, as Chair Ryan mentioned, helps tell the story. We know that pictures are worth 1,000 words. So we'll be certainly sharing that kind of information to help convey the message that the recovery has been very limited. As you've also seen, we talked about the monsoon season. So we may hear from folks saying, well, it hasn't flooded the last couple of years. Why would I expect it to flood this year? And what we'll be conveying is that really the last couple of years are not a good indicator of the future potential of the monsoon season. Even using terms like non-soon, because it is catchy and will help people really understand and grasp why this is so important to continue mitigating. And you can go to the next slide if you don't mind, Sam. So we'll continue to sort of emphasize the importance of continuous mitigation. So we know that just by the nature of water, if one neighbor is to remove their sandbags, it really kind of defeats the purpose, right? The way that the water flows downstream, we need everyone to kind of be in on this together. And that's part of the message too, is that emphasis on personal responsibility, on neighborly conduct, and kind of owning that piece of the pie. Nonetheless, we know that people, as we've heard tonight, are kind of tired of the sandbags. So we want to, without scaring anyone, certainly emphasize the fact that if a neighbor or an individual is to remove the sandbags on their property, they could be held potentially liable for any downstream adverse events that may cause. So also conveying that message. And then as Lucinda mentioned previously, we want to continue, as we always do, emphasize the need to sign up for emergency notifications as well as to get flood insurance. We can go to the next slide. So we talked about the key messages, so really what we're going to be saying, but we also wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about the key channels. So we talk about own channels in the comms world. So those would be things like our social media channels and our digital channels that we own, that we can really manage. So we will be pushing these messages out on social media, both through the City of Flagstaff as well as Coconino County social media pages. So together, that's a great amount of reach, and we can also be very targeted in those channels. We also have an every other week Facebook Live called In the Coconino. So we intend to have guests join us so that we can really articulate and convey that message. The great thing about that particular channel is that while it's a live show, it's certainly something that people can revisit. It lives on our Facebook page, but it's also something that we put in our internal and external newsletters. So the reach and the lifespan of that piece of content is much longer. Going on to digital, we at Coconino County have both an internal and external newsletter that will be pushing these messages out through those channels, as well as the City of Flagstaff's digital channels, which includes a video message for the internal staff as well. We can head to the next slide. Print is a key part of this communications plan. So these materials that are listed here are those printed pieces. So we have the museum flood guide. We produced that last year. This will be updated for 2021. This includes information. You can see the images there, not only about the need to continue to mitigate, but also what our mitigation projects have been at the county level to just really convey the message that we're doing lots of good work to do our part as well. We also have the Museum Flood Advisory, which is more of a legal piece of documentation that really serves more as that disclaimer about the flood zone. We'll be producing flyers around any sort of sandbag refresh events, and then the flood control district update letter, which is something we sent out to those property owners last year and those residents last year that we'll be refreshing for this year as I've been saying, in both Spanish and English. And then we can head to the next slide as well. Couple other key channels, and I know we're running tight on time, so I'll be quick. Traditional media will be a key part of this. So getting the news out and the word out through radio, CAF and Sunnyside Radio, among others, joint press releases with the city, and then truly pitching and approaching local channels like Arizona Daily Sun for inclusion in print and digital publications. And then, of course, from a communication standpoint, outreach is huge. So meetings in the street, you can see a photo of that here, neighborhood groups and public, either virtual or in-person meetings with the city as well. So I know those are really key pieces, and we'll be helping to coordinate and script and message all of those outreach pieces as well. And then you can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, perfect. So Lucinda,
Great. Thank you, Alex. And I really appreciate Alex and Eric and Jessica from the city have been, and Mark from Public Works have been working hard on putting this together and beginning to develop those pieces. So there are some additional slides. We're not going to go into those tonight. You can certainly look at those at your own that do share information about the mitigation efforts that have been undertaken both by the city and county. So certainly we'd welcome any questions or comments. Thank you.
All right, and just along that line, not only do we have the report to take a look at that, but we will be seeing this presentation along with the city when we have the joint city of Flagstaff in this case meeting, and so. But as Flood Control Board of Directors, it was good that we'd be able to at least see it ahead of time. So questions or comments from the Board of Directors?
If I may, Chair Ryan.
Oh, please. This is my chance to call you Director Horseman. You bet.
Right. Gotta love that. So thanks,
Yes.
Chair. So, and thank you all very much for the input and for the information. And Alex, I'm excited about your outreach in the community on this. One of the comments I wanted to make is that as we all know, especially in District 1 and 2 that are directly affected off of the museum fire, and have the concrete barricades up and have all of the sandbags up. The sandbags are all falling apart. They're all over the place. And I have been getting a lot of comments from people who live in the area about, this is a mess and we need to get these taken care of, and nobody's helping us now, and we need help, and we can't do this on our own. And eventually we're going to want to go to those neighborhoods and convince them that they need to keep these sandbags in place, that this is an important part of the mitigation and important for their safety and the safety of their family and their home. And so the sooner, Alex, that we can get the information out saying that there will be help coming for cleaning up the old sandbags and to help them with regards to delivering new sandbags, and for some of the elderly replacing it, the better it's going to be, because it's going to be a hard sale anyway for Geronimo and myself when we go out there. But, given some of what you see in the neighborhoods, it's a mess. So we need to do what we can. And Alex, I love that you're getting that information out. Maybe we need to do some Facebook Lives and some of your digital so that we can assure them that help is on the way, and that there will be new and fresh sandbags, et cetera, coming. So, but thank you.
Did any one of the staff members want to respond before I bring Geronimo up?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That I think one of the first things we want to do is get out some initial communication directly to specific, homeowners and people who live in the neighborhoods. I mean, we need to remember that we have, a very diverse set of people who live in these areas, and you have different types of threats and different types of issues. So, and we're really looking for, I know, Christopher's been in the field. He's fielding a lot of questions already while he's out there. And we're really going to need a lot of support from both of you. And I really appreciate you being willing to be a part of this. This is really important.
All right. Director Vasquez, Geronimo.
So yeah, I just want to first off say thank you for all your efforts with flood mitigation, in particular in the Sunnyside with Kill Up, and especially appreciate your flexibility in working with the district and moving the concrete barriers to accommodate the new school build. That was a long time coming, and we appreciate that support. And you kind of raised a red flag for me. I really hope that we don't get any kind of flooding situation during that construction, because that would be a shame. So I really appreciate all the efforts you're doing, and really looking forward to seeing how we can continue to kind of streamline those efforts and make sure we're safe. And anything you need us to do in terms of outreach or public comment or Facebook Live type things, please let me know. I'd be willing to get out there and support these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think my suggestion was that we have an art competition. Of course, they have to stack the bags appropriately because there's a certain way to stack them. But, a special art competition on who has the most unique structures and colors, et cetera, for that. So, so to wrap this up, Lucinda and Steve.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, Vice Chair Fowler, go ahead, Lena.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is a Coconino County team. You've got it all, the communication and how you're going to address this. It's really great. I guess the really important part is informing the residents what their role is to protect themselves, what our role is as far as the county, and then what's the role of the city, and what's the role of all the partners And if we just understand that a little better, I think that the residents will be able to understand that it's not that they live within the city limits. So county, how much can we do there? Now we're in the unincorporated area. So that's where I think that we have to really make sure that people know what the roles are of all the partners and our county, and the city's got to take the lead within the city. That's the way I'm just looking at it. I think that all the plans, everything that you have laid out is really great, and really appreciate everything that you're all doing. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So,
Hello?
go ahead. Go ahead, Director Begay. Go ahead, Judy.
I just want to say the presentation was great, and I'm so happy that we have the staff that's really gung-ho about doing things for the county. And certainly, you know, there are other partners in this effort. And I think informing the people that live in the area, and then also getting their input as to how, you know, they should, you know, they will be able to help, you know, as far as the floods are concerned or the fires are concerned. So, but I just want to say it's a good plan going forward. And I think it's just more involvement of feedback from the community, the people that live in the area. So certainly, you know, we have, it's unfortunate that we have to be making these plans, but you know, it's something that's real and something that needs to be taken care of and discussed. And it's going to be a challenge, and because, you know, in certain areas, you know, flooding, there's burnt lands, and they could just have a big runoff, and you know, there goes a lot of things there. So I just want to provide that input. Thank you.
All right.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you. Go ahead, Steve.
Just a final comment, and of course, the comment from the board of directors is very informative, and certainly will take the guidance that you've provided tonight. You know, certainly the discussion on partnerships and coordination with the city is very important. Next week will be on the 26th, will be with City Council in your role as the Board of Supervisors. Tonight, you're in your role as the Board of Directors of the Flood Control District. But I think an important note to make is that each year that we participate in any type of an event or project, we get better from one year to the next, because roles and responsibilities and communication channels are refined each year. And so it's certainly something that we don't want this to go on forever. Certainly not the residents don't at all. But from the standpoint of coordinating with our partners, including the nonprofit community, United Way, and also the city, you know, we always learn from the previous season's work in terms of obstacles, challenges, opportunities, and maybe some disappointments. And so the point is that, you know, each year we will continue to refine this process from one year to the next. So thank you.
All right. Yes, it definitely takes partnerships to really work on these emergencies and then the next phase. So definitely appreciate that. And we'll be seeing that in the city meeting coming up here. Anything else, Lucinda?
We are good. Thank you very much. Appreciate the comments tonight and the time to present this important information.
All right. And Joe, it's always good to see your reports. Thank you. Appreciate it all from everybody. So, all right, you bet. With that, I need us to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. I need a motion to do so.
I'll make a motion that we resolve.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Begay.
I'll second.
And a second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 All right. And we are no longer the Board of Directors of the Flood Control District. We are again functioning as the Board of Supervisors. So next item up is item number 17. This is a public hearing and consideration and possible adoption of ordinance 2021-08, approving the zone change from general 10-acre minimum parcel to an RC resort commercial zone with the approval of a master plan, a master development plan on 62-acre parcel in Newman Park. And the property is located on the east side I-17, 5 miles north of Munns Park, and is identified as assessor's parcel 400-13-001. This will be presented. We have Jake. Actually, we don't have Jay. We do have Jay, but in this case, the WJ. We have Jess McNeely, our deputy director, I think is your title, of community development, to present on this plan.
Yes, thank you, Chair Ryan. Can you hear me okay?
Can hear you. Got
Thank
echo,
you.
but it's probably because of the room you're in. So yeah.
Thank you, Chair Ryan and board members. As Chair Ryan stated, this is ZC zone change 20-17, the Windmill Ranch zone change, and this is your public hearing item on that. So I'm sharing my screen, and I'm going to change this to presentation mode.
Looks great, Jess.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Chair Ryan. Our applicant this evening, let's see, there we go, is we have a property owner, is RNM Ranches out of Gilbert. Our applicant, who I believe is with us this evening.
So Jess,
Yes.
I'm going to pause for a second. Looks like you fell out of full screen presentation there.
Okay.
Jess, this is Eric. We're seeing your presenter view. So just go up there one and click swap presenter view and slideshow.
Got it.
There you go. Perfect.
How's that? All right. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, our applicant is Bruce Lutz from Montana, and I believe Mr. Lutz is with us this evening. The existing zoning on this property is G General. That's the 10-acre minimum residential zoning. Also accommodates a lot of ag uses. The proposed zoning is RC Resort Commercial, and our parcel here is right at 62 acres. So with this request, as a planned district zone, the RC Resort Commercial Zone requires approval of a master development plan, and there was one of those included in your packet. This proposal is for 151 recreational vehicle sites, RV sites, and 147 cabins. The RV sites would be leased on an annual basis, and the cabins would be sold as fee simple structures with long-term leases for the land below the structures. And the plan includes a general store and clubhouse, laundry and shower facilities, parks, trails, and water features. So this is a vicinity map that shows the general area. You see that the subject property is right along I-17. It is right on the east side of I-17, and we're about 5 miles north of Munns Park. You see Munns Park on the lower portion of the screen here. This is a little zoomed in. So this is an aerial photograph of just the subject property. You see that we've got national forest on 3 sides, the north, south, and east sides of this property, and it abuts I-17 along the west side of the property. This is right about a half mile south of the Newman Park exit. Regarding the background of this property, our assessor's maps show this property in its current configuration back to 1969. It's most likely been in this configuration for much longer than that. It's been owned by the current owners for 30 years. It was historically used for ranching and horseback riding operations. It does contain a cabin, some livestock pens and shelters, outbuildings, 2 large water storage tanks, and 2 ponds. And it has 2 legal non-conforming billboards on the site. These would have been put in place prior to the county's zoning ordinance prohibiting billboards. So they are what we call legal non-conforming or grandfathered, and the applicants, as a part of their development proposal, have agreed to take those billboards down in conjunction with their development. So this would be standing on the site, taking this photograph from the north end of the site, looking south. This is standing on the site with your back to I-17 and looking east across the meadow towards the forest. This was the conceptual site plan submitted by the applicant. You can see it's oriented with north to the right. So we're taking that long, thin piece of property along I-17, and instead of orienting it north, we've oriented it to where north is to the right, and you see I-17 labeled there. You can see that the applicant is proposing cabins, little units along the east side of the property, more against the forested area, and we have RV sites out in the meadow. You do see the two ponds, one on the north and one on the south ends of the site. And there's a little land use summary in the lower right-hand corner. I would point out that within the land use summary, 56% of the site stays in open space. Are there any questions, Chair Ryan, by you or any of the board members on this site plan before we move on?
Questions of the board?
I had a question.
Go ahead, please.
So I know that this is going to be seen from the freeway. Is there any plans of any kind of like screen vegetation or whatnot to so that it's not as seen from the road?
Yeah, thank you. So Chair Ryan, Supervisor Vasquez, yes. And actually we do have a slide on our landscaping plan, and views have been considered in this site. So thank you for that question. Any other questions, Chair Ryan?
Other questions? And we'll have the opportunity for the applicant to present after staff provides their report as well. Go ahead, Jess.
Okay. Well, this would be the applicant's phasing plan, phases 1, 2, and 3, starting from the south on the far left there. And they've really divided out almost an even thirds total number of cabins and RV sites that would be developed in the first 3 years in phase 1, 2, and 3 years. This is the landscape plan that Supervisor Vasquez asked about, and they are retaining significant amount of landscaping on the site. They are doing thinning for fire-wise purposes and to accommodate some of their development, and they are installing a lot of landscaping, particularly along the western edge of the site, along the freeway. And of course, much of the meadow is left just a meadow without structures. This is the schematic lighting plan submitted by the applicant. They are committed to dark sky compliant lighting consistent with the county zoning ordinance. This would be a typical site plan for an RV site. They do have an option to have a garage on the RV site. And this would be the typical cabin site. And on the right-hand side of this image of this slide, you do have some images of what the cabins will look like. So access to the subject property is from Forest Service Road FS 772. This would be off the Newman Park exit from I-17, and it is about a half mile north of the property. FS 772 is on ADOT right-of-way, and the applicant is working with the Forest Service. They will pave the Forest Service Road FS 772 to Forest Service standards. So the transportation improvements on the site, a preliminary transportation impact statement was provided by the applicant. The applicant's engineer indicated with that traffic impact statement that it does not trigger a full TIA traffic impact analysis. in that there would be less than 100 vehicles in peak hours. The final determination will be made by the county engineer and ADOT, Arizona Department of Transportation, and all improvements determined to be required by potential TIA will be completed by the applicant. Regarding utilities with this development, on-site wells will provide water and fire protection through water mains and water services. A wastewater system will include gravity sewer lines and an on-site wastewater treatment plant. That the treated wastewater will be treated to a level that will allow it to be used within the lakes and recirculating stream and on-site landscape irrigation. So making good use of their treated wastewater to improve vegetation on the site and visuals and screening of the site. With fire safety, those services are to be provided by the Pinewood Fire District. That's located 5 miles away in Munns Park. The Forest Service does have plans to thin the forest on the 3 sides surrounding the site. And of course, this will make it more protected from forest fire. There is some floodplain on the site. A flood hazard area exists on the north end of the property. It is not delineated in that flood elevations have not been established. The applicant will delineate the floodplain and map it, determine the elevations, and they will channelize it along the frontage of the property through what's called the FEMA Letter of Map Amendment LOMA process. So this would allow the applicant to avoid development of the floodplain, channelize it without impacting drainage onto the adjacent properties. And this is an image of that undelineated FEMA floodplain. You can see where the Zone A floodplain extends onto the north end of the property. And this is a photograph image taken from the site, seeing exactly where that floodplain area exists. So regarding wildlife concerns, our wildlife planner indicates that the ponds and water features may contain species of greatest conservation need and special status plants. She recommends that these be preserved, as in the water features, and remain accessible to wildlife. Wildlife do use these water features. The applicant proposes to enhance these features and stock them for use fishing on the site. In working between our wildlife planner and the applicant, the wildlife planner indicated concern that introducing non-native fish could be washed downstream during times of flooding, where they would threaten federally listed fish in the area. To mitigate this, the stream running between the 2 ponds would be separated from the floodplain and would contain any fish and keep them out of the floodplain. So it'd be kind of a closed loop system. There are some other examples of developments actually within this part of the county that have done similar systems to ensure that stocked fish stay within the site and don't get off the site. Anna would point out that existing fencing on the site will be converted to wildlife-friendly fencing. And this would be an image of one of the ponds on the site. Regarding site management and OHV, off-highway vehicle management, the applicant provided a management plan for the resort and is working with the National Forest on OHV issues. So the applicants proposed and is within their submittals to develop an on-site kiosk that would provide educational materials, and this would be oriented towards guests with OHVs. There is a National Forest OHV designated trail system located east of the site. So this will help mitigate OHV impacts elsewhere by having a designated area for OHV use. And there are no residential areas within the general area of this site. So of course that would reduce potential OHV impacts on residential properties. So the applicants met their citizen participation plan requirement as outlined by the zoning ordinance. All neighbors within 1 mile of the subject property were notified of the project. They were invited to comment in lieu of a neighborhood meeting. We're giving applicants options during COVID to avoid having in-person neighborhood meetings. So the applicant did provide 1 letter from a neighbor in support of the proposal. This was prior to the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. No one spoke at the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing on this case. We have received some comments within the past week opposing this request, and I believe those were included in your packets. There were some issues cited within those opposition materials. They included water concerns. Of course, as the board well knows, water is regulated by the state and is not part of the findings and isn't part of the rationale for making the findings to approve the zone change. Other concerns cited were views, open space, and comprehensive plan policies. So we would point out that the Planning and Zoning Commission thoroughly analyzed all of the concerns that were brought up in that opposition, and they were able to make the findings that this request is consistent with comprehensive plan rules and policies. So this site along I-17 is what we call a gateway location. I-17 is a gateway into the Flagstaff area. There are comprehensive plan policies that discourage industrial development gateways. They do not discourage commercial development. And obviously, visual mitigation is an important part of consideration as indicated in the applicant's landscape plan for developments that take place in gateway locations. So the Planning and Zoning Commission did find the development as well designed, considering this gateway location. It does blend in with the landscape well, and the applicant has agreed to remove the 2 legal non-conforming billboards consistent with comprehensive plan policies. So this will get this site more in line with what the county expects with not having billboards in our gateway locations. So this is an image right along I-17 looking south, and you're actually seeing the backs of 2 of the billboards on this site. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but these are the backs of those 2 billboards right here. And this would be the front of one of those billboards on the site. They sit right out on the western edge of the site, close to the property boundary near the interstate. Regarding floodplain on the property, there are comprehensive plan policies that address the protection of floodplains and groundwater. The applicant proposes channelizing the floodplain and moving it away from areas proposed for development. So the proposal moves the floodplain. It does not alter upstream or downstream drainage patterns, and engineering permits will regulate the quality of the water that ultimately drains into Oak Creek from this watershed. So these are the three findings required to approve the zone change per the zoning ordinance, and consistent with state statute. The first one is that the change is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan and this ordinance. The second, that the change will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare. And the third, that the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to adjacent properties. And with that, the Planning and Zoning Commission was able to make those findings. They did add some conditions in being able to make those findings. And the 15 conditions that they propose are included in your packet and in your ordinance 2021-08. And with that, I would be happy to answer any of the board's questions, Chair Ryan, and I believe Mr. Lutz is with us as well and would like to address the board.
Okay, so this is first we go through staff presentation, then the applicant has a chance. Sorry, I didn't outline this in the beginning here. Each time the board will have a chance to ask questions of each. Then we'll open it up to public comment, provide an opportunity for the public to comment, go through public comment, close public comment. bring it back for a response by the applicant and by staff, and the board will have a chance to ask questions. Then after that, we have the opportunity to go into deliberations. And so at this point, we're at board level for staff. Are there any questions of staff at this point? Looks like I have Supervisor Horstman, and after that, Supervisor Vasquez. Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, hi, Jess, and thank you for the information. It's very complete, and I appreciate that. I do have a couple of questions. Number one is, I know we did get one letter that I have of opposition that seemed to indicate that they did not get the notice. And I just wanted to know how many notices were sent out to those that were within 1 mile of the subject property.
Chair Ryan, Supervisor Horstman, thank you for that question. It was a very few properties. I don't have that number ready at hand. I'll check my staff report and see if we have that number in the staff report. But to answer your question, there's a very small number of properties, as this is essentially an island of private property at the Newman Park exit here, surrounded by primarily forest land. And this image clearly indicates that. We barely captured probably this one private property due to the east, this one property a little bit to the southeast, and there's a few properties. There's I believe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 separate properties north of the subject property, and those property owners are also primarily engaged in ranching operations, and there was no opposition to those. So to answer your question, at a quick glance here, I would say that the total number of properties notified were less than 10, but I'll see if I can get you a better answer to that, Supervisor Horstman.
Okay, thank you. And then the other is just on OHV vehicle usage. Have there been problems in this area with OHVs, and has this been discussed with the Sheriff's Department? Because we're talking about 300 sites out here. I don't know how many people that equates to. And have they indicated whether they have sufficient deputy coverage for this?
So thank you, Chair Ryan and Supervisor Horstman. There have not been any complaints that we've received as the Community Development Department regarding OHV use in this area. The Forest Service is partnering quite well with this applicant. They do acknowledge that there's a designated OHV use area to the east of this site that does help concentrate the OHV use. Likewise, the applicant is committed to providing information as indicated in our report, that they will be providing information as to where, with kiosks on their site, as to where OHVs can go, and just how to be good neighbors with OHVs, and even what's referred to as leave no trace policy training, or principles for the guests, that they understand how their activities in the forest should not negatively impact the forest or other users of the forest.
And how about talking with sheriff deputies in terms of the increased potential workload for them to cover this? Any on enforcement and basically law enforcement protection out here?
So Chair Ryan and Supervisor Horstman, to my knowledge, the Sheriff's Office hasn't been engaged at this specific location for this development, but again, we're not aware of any complaints at this point in time.
Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. My question was with regards to, you showed a slide that had the floodplain and what the water would look like, what hits the property. How does that relate to the cabins and the RV spaces? Like, are half of those going to get flooded, or are the spaces that are being developed south of that floodplain?
So thank you, Chair Ryan and Supervisor Vasquez. The applicant intends to do what's called a LOMA, a letter of map amendment, to the FEMA floodplain, in which they will delineate the floodplain and they will essentially channelize the floodplain. So they will channelize the floodplain on the site. They'll make drainage improvements on the site, in which the floodplain will run along the western edge of their site between the ponds, and that will keep all of their development. There will be no buildings within floodplain.
Okay, thank you.
Jess, let me check for other supervisors. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Any other supervisors, questions of staff right now?
I just want to make a comment.
Go ahead, please. Supervisor Begay.
The plan is something that, I feel that, is a good plan. I think that my issue with this is that, we've been hearing a lot about ATVs and bikes and all this going off roads and, going around these developments that are coming up, and it's been an issue, and we're not, and there's really no police out there to actually enforce anything in some areas. And the other one that I'm constantly hearing is that there's not enough information provided to them via or any kind of communication. So those are the two areas that I've been hearing in some of the developments that have been brought to our attention. So I think it's very critical to make sure that, people that live in the areas' voices are heard, and that they're well informed, and that they have input to any of these plans that they have. So that's all I want to bring up. Thank you.
All right. Other questions? Jess, I have one question. One I've been wrestling with this one. Is the discussion associated with meadows and conservation of meadows in the comprehensive plan. I do note that I see in staff report there's a reference to interchange, and sometimes there's a different treatment associated with that. Even so, we do have one, and in the comprehensive plan, there's a desire as best as possible to preserve the meadows. So I'm wondering how staff and or the Planning and Zoning Commission wrestled with that issue. I'm not seeing much discussion in their report, but they just capture a summary of their report anyway.
So thank you, Chairman. And I think that overall, considering what could be developed on this property, even previous proposals on this property, the majority of the meadow is left for the RV spaces, which may have some impervious, gravel surface on them. And 56% of the site is being left in open space. So I think all things considered, especially at the very western edge of this meadow, this is a way of accommodating use on the property, still leaving 56% of it in open space to be enjoyed visually, and have the meadow ecological benefits still continue. And certainly the floodplain will be delineated, which will be helpful for the applicant to actually do the work to study the floodplain and map it, and then it will be managed in a way that will ensure that the quality of water that perks, goes back into the ground, and that goes off the site is meets county requirements, meets regulations.
Okay. And they're my questions for now. I'll wait until we go through applicant's presentation. We have a chance to bring staff and applicant back after public comments as well, and hear the public comments as well. Okay, so with that, not hearing other questions from the board, next phase of the hearing is to turn to the applicant. And please state your name and address for the record, please. And we need to get.
Hopefully,
Yes.
hopefully you can hear me now. Can you hear me?
We can. You're very clear, Mr. Lutz.
Very good. Good evening, Board of Supervisors and Chairman Ryan. It's a real pleasure to be with you tonight. I want to make a upfront clarification. I am the applicant, but I am a landscape architect and a senior land planner for WGM Group, which is a engineering and planning business in Northwest Montana. We have offices in Missoula, Kalispell, and Bozeman. I happen to be an old-time friend, and I have consulted for one of the three partners that are making this proposal tonight. I wanted to make it clear there is a partnership that's involved in bringing this forward, and I'm a consultant to them. And I also have on board, and it might be very helpful for you to hear from him, Steve Lewis from Rittok Powell Engineering. He did all the civil work, and he can enlighten you on the infrastructure and drainage and floodplain elements of the project. I don't know if it's possible for me just to take control of the screen and use my cursor. I guess if that's not possible, I might ask you to bring up certain exhibits so I can talk about them, if that's okay.
Sure. So Chair Ryan and Mr. Lutz, if it's okay with you, the other thing I would offer, Mr. Lutz, is I could stop sharing, and then you could, if that's your preference, to use any.
Well, I could try to share my screen. Is that a possibility?
Sure. I can stop sharing. You can try to share your screen. If for some reason you can't, I could pull up whatever images that you've just seen out of our slideshow that you'd like.
If we can give that a try, and then there we go. Let's see.
So I'm just double checking. So is this coordinated through just your shop, or is it through Eric, or is it shared right now? Oh, it looks like it came up. There you go.
Can you see my cursor moving around?
We sure can. Yes.
Perfect. Okay. I just want to go through this so you're very clear on what's going on the site. As I mentioned, I'm a landscape architect and a land planner, so my focus is the layout and the land use of this property. And I'd like to make it very clear, this is not an RV park. This is intended to be a community. And so the people that come here are going to come here and stay, probably for fairly long-term stays. The cabins are going to be occupied by the owners, and the RV sites will be, I guess the word would be designed such that there will be three options for the structure on the RV site. It can be a garage, it can be a combination. There's an exhibit there that I might point to later that I can describe that. And then there will be landscaping on those RV sites as well. So just to give you an overall feel, one of the things that's important about this project is there is mention in the comprehensive plan of inholdings. And yes, this is an inholding within the national forest, but it also happens to be extremely accessible to the US Interstate 17 corridor, and only a half a mile from an interchange. So that makes it a little different than an isolated inholding in a forest, and we feel a compelling reason to look at a use such as we're proposing. As just mentioned, 56% of this site is in green space. From the interchange, which again is a half a mile to the north here, our proposal is to improve the access road by virtue of paving it to a 24-foot width to cut down on dust and noise and all of the negatives that come from gravel roads, unimproved gravel roads. And there will be 3 access points on the project, as I just pointed to. The main entrance into the project will be here And the main facility of the project, common facility, will be a general store and a clubhouse located where I'm circling here. And then associated with that will be pickleball courts or some kind of recreation facilities similar to that, a small dog park, and possibly a future pool facility, and then a centralized shower and laundry facility to make it convenient for those that might temporarily not have those facilities, and they would be available here at the center. From a landscape perspective, I wanted you to know that we've had extensive meetings with Sean Murphy at the National Forest, and the subject has been both the resource around us in terms of the timber and the environment, and also very focused on concerns about OHV use on the on the forest itself and from this facility. One thing I'd like you to know right up front is that we will have a very stringent management plan in place on this resort, and we will have managers in place full-time at the resort that will be policing those particular management policies and rules. And some of the kind of important information we got from Sean was that they will be doing a timber thinning project in the near future adjacent to the project, which is good news in terms of the aesthetics and fire management. And also we got it from him that there's a fairly extensive trail system that will be nearby that we can access, but our policy on site is going to be that there will be no side-by-sides or four-wheelers maneuvering off the site itself. If they want to use those trails, they're going to have to go to a trail point and download their machines and use it from there. We will not be allowing RV vehicles, or I'm sorry, OHV vehicles to access the forest from the resort itself. The access points that we have will be strictly for pedestrian and possibly mountain biking off-site. Back to the layout of the project itself, just in summary, most of the infrastructure, the water storage, sanitary sewer processing, and substation, power substation, will be located on the south end of the site here. The channel that Jess mentioned will actually begin roughly in this part of the site and wrap all the way around and take the drainage down as you follow my cursor along here to a stilling basin that will be here, and no more than historic runoff will exit the site at this point. These smaller green areas are detention areas that will handle storm drainage, and I'm not going to go into any more detail on that than that. Steve is on board, and hopefully we can have a chance to have him chat about that a little bit. We will have extensive trails throughout the project that kind of culminate in the center feature here. The cabins, which are kind of a lower density element, will be abutting most of the forest perimeter, which we felt was a good strategy in terms of development. We will have a circulating closed situation with the lower pond and the upper pond, and a water feature, as you follow my cursor again, that will grade-wise start up here and negotiate that landscape channel down to the lower pond here. Geronimo, you mentioned the buffering along the highway. We will have, wherever we can fit it, berming along this interface here. And as you can see, those berms will be planted with mainly conifers to provide a buffer along the interstate highway here. So our main open space and our main focus on open space is in this area that is in between the interstate and the RV sites and the cabins. If I could quickly open another file, I just wanted to describe our typical cabin. Hopefully this is going to open right up. There we go. Can you still see me here as this opens up?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to, what you see on the site plan is actually an envelope that's larger than the footprint of the cabin, but these cabins typically will be 35 feet wide, including a single garage space. There'll be a 10 by 24 porch, and then the living space will be adjacent to that. Look-wise, these aren't exact copies of what we're thinking about, but they're close enough to give you a feel. I'm gonna open a different one here real quick so you can see. Sorry about the delay there. These are, again, the RV sites. So the access roads, as you can see here, there will be 28 feet of asphalt pavement, 2-foot lay-down curbs on either side. Nice, clean situation for the whole resort. And then the pads themselves to accommodate the RVs will be 15 by 40 concrete pad. And adjacent to that will be a structure that might be a garage, option 2, a garage and a bathroom, and option 3, a small bedroom, bath, and kind of a miscellaneous family area. So that, and these pictures, of course, are just examples of similar situations. So I'm going to just go back to the site plan again. Oh, I'm going to go to the phasing plan. I actually mentioned something here. Initially, just so you're aware of that, phase 1 will include building all of the main landscaping on the western side of the project, and of course the ponds and the detention areas and the channel for flood control. So that will come in the first phase. Phase 2 will be strictly RV sites and cabin sites, and phase 3 the same thing, moving in a northerly fashion. So I don't know if we can, let's see. Oh, one more thing I did want to mention, just in terms of, and Jess, you could take the control back if you'd like. If you can hear me.
Sure, I can hear you, Mr. Lutz. If you're done with sharing your screen, you can just stop sharing.
I have to do that, don't I? I don't
Yep.
see my screen. There we go. Got it. Oh, just a couple more items I wanted to mention. Again, we spent a good deal of time with the planning board, both in the initial discussion with them, which was kind of a workshop, and then our second public hearing meeting with them, talking about the RV situation in the forest. And we also had Bob Short with us on one of our meetings with Sean Murphy at the Forest Service. And I think we dove into that subject very deeply, and we feel like our future management plan and our policies and our relationship with the Forest Service is going to be the key to the success of that particular element. And we feel very strongly what we'll have here in this development is a pride of ownership. These people will be coming to stay. They're not It's not like an RV park or a transient RV park where people are coming and going. This is a community, and this is a place to go to, and pride of ownership, I think, is going to be very evident once this thing gets going. So that's all really I have to say. I'd be happy to answer questions later, but I think Steve could dive into the floodplain issue and some of the other things for you and explain that much better than I could.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Mr. Lewis.
Good evening, supervisors and other attendees. First of all, I'd like to just explain the floodplain a little better for this site. And if you can possibly share the site plan again, or even the floodplain exhibit that was shown earlier, that would help me. While we were going through our discussions and meetings with the Planning and Zoning Commission, we had several discussions about the area of the site that the floodplain affects. And I wanted to point out to everybody that the floodplain is in the area that was used for the ranching operations. So it was previously developed, and it may look natural to everybody from the highway when they drive by, but that area was developed to be lower. There's actually an entrance road to the existing ranching operation, the cabin and the corrals, that crosses a couple of culverts. And the water is really just nuisance water that migrates to that area of the site, and then drains to the north. And a similar situation to the ranching property to the north. So all we're really doing is redeveloping an area that has already been developed. And we're going to be pushing the floodplain closer to the access road, so that we have room for facilities and for disposal fields for wastewater treatment systems. I wanted to mention this site, we anticipate developing our own well and our own water system. We anticipate a wastewater treatment system that treats water to a reclaimed level so we can reuse it across the site for a variety of uses: irrigation, a running stream, and 2 ponds that may be used for fishing. We're going to improve the road in front of the property and make it accessible for larger vehicles. Right now it's a dirt road that quickly turns to a 4-wheel drive dirt road as it passes our site and going south. And for the access road from our site to Newman Interchange, we have had discussions with the Forest Service about minimizing the size and width of the pavement of that road to minimize the impact on the forest. So we've put a lot of thought into this, and we've addressed pretty much every concern that came up during the planning and zoning review. We've thought carefully about how to develop this to be a very good, high quality development, very thoughtful, very not as dense as we possibly could have submitted. We expect this to be a high-end facility and managed like a resort. And that's really all I wanted to explain as far as engineering, but I'd encourage any questions. Thank you.
All right. Opportunity for questions for the board of the applicant.
Mr. Chair, I have a couple questions.
Please, Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the presentation. And the question I have is, these RV sites, as well as the cabins are actually going to be offered for sale. Is that correct? So really, they're offered for purchase. Is that right?
To clarify, Superintendent Horstman, the RV sites will be long-term leases. And the cabin sites will be fee simple ownership. The land underneath the cabin sites will still be part of the resort, but the cabin itself will be fee simple.
Okay, because I'm just kind of looking at ownership overview and proposed management plan. It basically talks about all RV sites are proposed to be blah, 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 it goes on. And there will also be a purchase requirement on the RV sites for ownership. So that's not the case. It will be long-term leases. And can you tell me how long-term those leases will be for?
The lots on both will be ground leases, and the minimum, I believe, will be 1 year.
And that would be true for the cabins?
That's for the RV sites. So
okay, and the cabins are purchased, is that
Yes.
correct? And for the long-term leases, are they allowed to sublease or to rent? If you have an RV site and you've got a long-term lease on it, would they be allowed to sublease it or rent it out?
I've got to defer to the owners, but I do not think so, but I'm waiting for a text here.
Okay. And then the same would be true for the cabins. If that's ownership on those, purchase the cabins, would they also be able to be rented out or leased out?
I'm getting an answer here of minimum of 30 days on that.
30 days. So these would not be overnight rentals or,
Absolutely not. We do not want daily traffic that's generated from outside. Absolutely not.
Thank you. And I appreciate the information on the OHV and the limitations from OHV use from your site. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions of the applicant, of other board members here?
Yes, I had a question. With the road, that's kind of that frontage road, will that access still be accessible to the community once this development goes in, or is that road pretty much going to be limited to the subject, the property, the folks on the property?
It will maintain public use.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question I had is, I know there's a plan for screening and landscaping. How long is it going to take before some of those screens mature and kind of like, because at first you might plant trees, but it's not going to have a lot of, I don't know.
Our strategy on that is to bring in not some larger material, to have a variety of size material, and at least temporarily we'll probably run a drip irrigation system out there so we can keep them properly watered, but not excessively watered. I didn't mention that, but elsewhere on the project, the only area that we're going to irrigate will be, in terms of lawn irrigation, would be just around the clubhouse facility. Everything else will be oriented towards dryland landscaping. But to answer your question, we want a variety of size initially on that western edge to give it a more of a natural feel of odd even sizing.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Fowler.
Thank you for your presentation. Remind me where the wildlife corridors are on this property, or is that in the forests, or?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of that.
The wildlife corridor?
They are not identified exactly. We've had that conversation. The idea is to do general fencing that allows access back and forth And I'm not an expert on that, but I've heard from the people we've been talking to, there are methods to is to make that happen along that entire Forest Service perimeter is kind of our goal.
Okay, thank you.
As far as a prescribed or existing wildlife corridor, we are not aware that there is one through the site currently.
Did Arizona Fish and Wildlife, were they consulted on this? To know?
I believe, and this is maybe, I'd hand this over to Jess, but I believe all those agencies were alerted to this project.
Yeah, that would be a question for staff. We have a shared position with Game and Fish that review every project that goes through. Do you want to answer that now, or do you want to wait until staff comes back, Lena?
We can wait until staff come back. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
Other questions of the board at this point? Again, we'll have an opportunity to ask questions of the applicant after the public comment period as well. Okay. Hearing none, that'll conclude at least the first phase of the applicant's opportunity to answer questions before the board. Next phase of the hearing is we are now stepping into the public hearing piece. Before we do, though, I need to pause for a second. Board's been going for 2 hours here. Do we need a break, a 5-minute bio break? I'm not seeing anybody bubbling up, so I'll continue with the hearing at this point. So public hearing, looks like as I look at the list, there's a potential of several presenters associated with the hearing. So the public hearing process that we have here, we provide 3 minutes for each individual that wishes to speak. Eric will come on after I'm done this description and explain how you will access the opportunity to comment. In the public hearings, people get nervous, and even on Zoom, they get nervous. Questions or comments are to be directed at me. It's not a dialogue back and forth. You have 3 minutes to present. Board may follow up afterwards associated with it, but that is your opportunity to bring up your points associated with this particular application. And as noted, people get nervous, and there are people that have differences of opinion. Mutual respect is very important associated with this. If you're getting towards the end of 3 minutes and you just need to wrap up, we'll encourage you to do so. We'll have the clerk that'll be keeping time on these just to give us an idea that it's getting there. And a few other items. It had been noted associated with water. We are not permitted to even take testimony associated with water supply. Distribution is mechanical. That's a piece that we can hear as it relates to the design of a facility. But as far as water supply, that is not under our purview. And we can take comments associated with that. And so that's general description of process for which we will have. Now I'll ask Eric, is it Eric or Claire? I think Eric is here in this meeting helping us.
It'll be Claire, Mr. Chair.
Oh, it will be Claire. Okay. So Claire, can you explain how people will ask to be heard and how you'll let them into as a panelist to provide that 3 minutes?
Thank you, Chair. If a member of the public would like to make a comment, you can use the raise your hand function. You will then be called on and I will unmute you and you'll be allowed to speak. If you are on a phone and you wish to make a comment, you will push *6. And then when it's your turn, we will unmute you and you'll have your 3 minutes to talk. Please state your name and address when you address the chair, please.
All right. And so Claire, who do you have up?
Right now I have Jan Brackle up. Her hand is raised, so we will go ahead and unmute her.
All right. And Jan, if you could, for the sake of public record, we need to have your name and address. And we'll wait until you get in here, make sure.
And, Mr. Chair, this is Eric, just hopping in real quick. Jan, and for all those, once we unmute you, you will need to unmute yourself as well. So Jan, please look for the microphone button and press unmute on your Zoom. You should be able to speak.
Okay.
Okay, Jan, we're just waiting for you to unmute. At this time, if anyone else has a comment they would like to make, they can raise their hand and we can go back to Jan.
Yeah, I'm seeing a mute on you, Jan, on screen. Okay. Well.
Okay, we will move ahead to Farah.
And Jan, we'll try and come back to you here. We definitely will come back to you and see if we can provide that opportunity. If we find that we can't get that working, there is always the option to make a phone call. And for that, just explain the phone number, please.
Mr. Chair, this is Eric Peterson, Public Affairs Director. I'll put the phone number in the chat to everyone so they can see it who's in the meeting. It's also posted on our agenda. And then I'll let Claire explain how people on the phone can access.
Yeah, and you should be able to see chat, but chat is not a function of a public meeting on that. That should be closed off. It's only for visualization on that.
So the dial-in number is 833-548-0276. And the webinar number is 991-4483-8747. And that's also posted on our agenda online. And right now we will unmute Farah.
Okay. And is it Farah or Farah? You're going to have to help me out here. If I mess up names, my apologies. But this is your opportunity to speak. Let's see and make sure we get you on first. And we did also, I believe you submitted public comment related to this. I did see that, and the board did get that for their public documents here. Okay,
Farah, you're unmuted, so you can go ahead and speak.
I'm seeing a mute up on hers next to her hand raised also. Is it on their end or our end here?
Mr. Chair, I do not see. Farah, please try to speak.
Hello?
There we go. Yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
Oh, we're getting we're getting a lot of echoing here. Go ahead and why don't you try and state your name and address for the record.
Chairman Ryman. Okay, name is Farah Arijak. Address is P.O. Box 25213, Munns Park, Arizona. And that's 86017.
All right.
Should I continue?
Yeah, go ahead. We'll start timing you, please, if you will.
Okay. Thank you, first of all, for the presentation and your time. Like I said, I'm Farah Rushak. I live in Munns Park. I'm a full-time resident. I was born and raised in Arizona, so I'm a native of Arizona. I've seen a lot of things change, and I've seen a lot of things that have thankfully changed, stayed the same. I sent the letter to, as you mentioned, I had 33 individual references directly from the community plan. I'm not going to reiterate these points from the vision, the ethics, policies, etc. But I would like to note that as a native of Arizona, the proposed changes to the longstanding open spaces seems to be very disturbing, especially now as I've noticed that the Arizona Daily Sun paper has brought up, I think there's approximately 7 areas in the county that are looking at similar developments, and that's quite a few, and it seems to be booming. We're going to start losing our forests, we're going to start losing our open spaces. Under the plan section of community character, it states, as communities develop, it becomes increasingly important to conserve the unique features that distinguish an area, its rock formations, mountain backdrops, the forest, the riparian areas, the meadows, or expansive open spaces. This proposal for a resort community will impact even more aspects, such as the current infrastructure, the dark skies that we are known for, and our overall forest health. Coconino County Sheriff's Office stated in a media release on April 8th of this year, 2021, that in 2020, they responded to an unprecedented amount of visitation to the public lands in the county and OHV and ATV calls for service. This increased traffic will increase the pollution in the area, the wildlife migration, the destruction of the ecosystem of our neighboring forests. Not just open spaces will be impacted. When I was younger, the area had to be left cleaner than what we found it when we came on site. Unfortunately, this principle is not occurring as it is used today. This proposal for business is for business. It does not support the smart growth that the plan speaks to and that we should really consider. Please vote no for the residents of the people that live here and the skies, the wildlife, and our existing ecosystem. Again, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Chair Ryan, you're muted.
There we go. I'm muted. Oh my gosh. I will note that, thank you, Farah. And just to note, the board, as I stated earlier, did receive your comments and citations from the comprehensive plan. Thank you. Next up, who do we have?
Next up, we will try one more time to allow Jan to talk. And if that does not work, then I have messaged her the information for the call-in number. And it does look like we have a phone number right now. So if that phone number would like to speak, they can enter *6, and that will raise the hand and we will call on them.
So
we'll give it one moment.
Yeah, the phone number is 602-695-7222. And
okay, so I don't see Jan, but if you are on the line and you would like to speak, again, that is *6 to raise your hand and we will call on you. Other than that, Chair Ryan, I don't see anyone else with their hand raised.
nor do I. Okay.
Oh, I do see a Dennis. So we will unmute Dennis and allow them to speak.
It's either Dennis or Denise Knapp that I'm looking at there. You have an opportunity to speak.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Denise Napolitano. My address is 2423 Hanno Trail in Flagstaff.
Okay, Denise, thank you. And go ahead. We'll provide you an opportunity to comment.
Thank you. I did want to comment, but first of all, of course, thank you all, supervisors and assistants, for your time and attention in this matter. One of the things that I've noticed in some of the developments, which are not exactly similar to the cabins and the art spaces, is people come in and they buy it or lease it, and then they turn around and Airbnb it on an overnight or 2-night minimum stay. What type of parameters are in place to make sure that that doesn't happen?
So we'll be able to follow up. But go ahead with your comments. And
I mean, I'm sure that if you, I think that I heard the gentleman say earlier that you buy the cabin and that you lease the RV space for a year. I'm sure that you might want to let some friends come and use it, but at some point it becomes a little out of hand, perhaps not for all of the spaces, but I just wonder if there are some guardrails out there to ensure that it is a community rather than a party spot or could turn into an overnight RV spot in that way. And those are just reassurances that I would like to hear about.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to learn a little bit more about this.
All right. Thank you for your comments. So looks like that was Denise Napolitano.
And it looks like Jan has rejoined us, so we will give her one more shot, and hopefully we'll be able to hear her this time.
Yeah, I don't see a microphone off, so it looks like she probably is in. Oh, now it's off. Okay, Jan, we're going to try and figure this out.
Jan, you had it for a second because I had an opportunity to mute you.
Hello?
Perfect. Now you can go ahead.
Yes,
Great.
there you are.
Okay, yay.
Hey.
Okay. My name's Jan Bracciali, and I live part-time at 1440 Pinewood in Munns Park. And my question is, you mentioned that your ATVs, your off-road vehicles, would be trailered to surrounding trailheads around your property, which most of the trails back in the area developed by the Forest Service all interconnect. And I was wondering, you talked about a training program and that you were going to be very strict with enforcement on the Forest Service roads. Can you tell me where you're planning on directing people to trailer their vehicles to access the forest roads?
Okay, and again, we can follow up. It's not a Q&A, but go ahead and present your points associated with it.
Okay, I'm concerned whether or not you're going to be bringing them in through the Munns Park community to use, for instance, the 240 road or the entrances at Janice Place or the entrances at Iron Springs Road. We have a huge problem with ATV traffic in Munns Park, and that was one of the concerns that many of us have. Also, with how crowded the forest is with ATVs, off-road vehicles, and people out there camping. We're also concerned about who is available, the Forest Service or the sheriff. We don't have much coverage out in the forest. And so that was another concern. And those are my main things that I wanted to get some kind of information on.
Okay. We can follow up and ask some of these questions. Well, thank you, Jan. And
thank you.
I'm glad we had an opportunity to get you on also to comment.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there anybody else that would like to comment during public comment here? Now's your chance. Otherwise, I'll be closing public comment. Just give it just a pinch more time. And not seeing anybody. And are you seeing anybody out there Claire?
I am not.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and close the public comment for this. And at this point, it's time to bring it back to the board for Q&A for staff and the applicant. Normally what we do is we provide the applicant an opportunity after public comment to respond to the public comment. And we can bring staff in and out of associated with questions. You know, I'll start out and just quickly ask the applicant, I believe they stated it that to prevent the short-term rental from occurring, that they were talking about a 30-day stay, but I want to ask that question so it can be confirmed. I believe Supervisor Horstman asked that earlier. Go ahead, please.
Chairman Ryan, Bruce Lutz again. To answer your question, that 30-day is a minimum stay. So B&B, you know, that's a great question. And we have suffered that kind of situation up in the Flathead Valley in Montana. So I'm very familiar with it, but the 30-day minimum is a safeguard against that. And that's what we would put in our management plan.
Okay, in answer to that question, the other question, I'm sure you heard it, but to ask it, how are you directing OHV owners? They're to trailer it out. That was a piece of the question. Is that correct?
Well, I think it's likely that they owners may trailer their vehicle into the resort. I want to reiterate that we're going to prohibit access to the forest from the resort. So they would have to find public access places that are available for that particular use. And I guess that would be our position in the resort. You know, I think it's also very likely that we're going to want to see all of these vehicles garaged either at the cabins or at the RV sites. And so access will be off of Forest Service prescribed locations and not from the resort itself.
Okay, as I understand that, it's treated as, from a community perspective, as a community, you're restricting access yourself to the forests.
Correct.
Okay. Private property owners would be then leaving the area to access. Okay.
Steve's got, if I don't know if you could see.
Yeah, I just saw his hand pop up there. Thanks for helping me though. I lose track easily. So Steve, Steve is one of the representatives for the applicant. Go ahead, Steve.
Chair Ryan, I just wanted to have a clarification. There will be no Airbnbs allowed within the management plan for this facility. So they're not looking to provide opportunities for anybody to sublet or rent their cabins in that fashion. That was clarified by the owner.
Okay. Thank you. And that answers that question. I'll turn it back over to the board. Questions for the applicant?
Yeah, sure. I'll ask a question. So one thing that I didn't hear a response for was the question earlier about law enforcement coverage for the increased traffic use on that was it off-road vehicle, ORV, sorry, road. And so I was wondering what is the plan for law enforcement coverage and emergency plans or whatnot for the space? Thank you.
Yes, sir, Geronimo. I think what we have found out in talking to the Forest Service is they have jurisdiction around this site. So their law enforcement, their policing is what we'll have to rely on primarily. And then I would guess that if there are incidents happening within the resort or adjacent to the resort, that may call upon law enforcement, county law enforcement. But I think what we're hearing is the National Forest is really going to have jurisdiction over these matters.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Steve, it looks like your hand's still up. Are you asking a question or?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a response to that.
Okay.
I wanted to make sure everyone was aware that we still have steps of approval to go through for this project. This is really a rezoning request at this time, but we have a site plan process. Well, we will interact with the fire department, with the sheriff department, and continued work with the Forest Service to further develop our plans. That will be required for us to move forward.
Yeah, and as set up in the conditions through this. I've been told there's a question that was asked, why is chat shut off? This is a public hearing. It's not a public meeting. Public hearing is an application that has gone through a county process, through planning and zoning, which was an open public hearing also. It's not a dialogue. However, it's an opportunity for those from the public to provide comment or testimony as to why they may think it is correct or not correct. And it should relate to the findings of fact as it's stated, and how it relates to our plans or our ordinances. So it actually is a hearing process. Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, thank you. And I do note that there are, in fact, a number of conditions that are set forth in the ordinance that has been provided to the Board of Supervisors. What I don't see in here is that there be a collaboration and discussion with the Coconino Sheriff's Department for law enforcement. And certainly I understand that in terms of enforcement in the Forest Service, that isn't our local Sheriff's Department, but certainly where the 300 folks or 300 units will be in this site plan, law enforcement will be provided by County Sheriff's Department. So I would certainly recommend that you include in there discussion and collaboration with our County Sheriff's Department for law enforcement.
And we certainly are not adverse to that. We would welcome that.
Thanks.
Okay. So that goes through the applicant, bring it back to staff. Are there questions of staff associated with this, or responses by staff based on the questions that have been asked here?
So Chair Ryan, this is Jess McNeely of Community Development staff. Just a couple of responses we got some answers on. Supervisor Horstman had asked how many property owners were notified within the 1 mile radius, the 1 mile notification radius. That was 6 separate property owners. We'd also point out that there were no wildlife corridors, designated wildlife corridors identified on this site. Of course, the proposal was analyzed by our wildlife planner. Any other questions of staff?
Other questions of staff? Let me pause for a second. Just a note, Supervisor Horstman, I'm going to turn to Rose, but suggesting the collaboration and response to the sheriff, it's not typical that we would put it in as a condition related to this. Rose, can you bubble up for a half second here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Did you hear the suggestion of a condition, or what would you suggest on how to?
I heard the suggestion of a condition. as kind of a general one, in terms of, requiring conversation with the sheriff's office in terms of, how the development may impact law enforcement. So I guess it's really a matter of specifically what, the board would be looking for in that condition. Certainly if it's county jurisdiction, then certainly the sheriff's office has an obligation to deal with any issues that arise on that site. And so I guess it's, whether it's appropriate for a condition, I think really depends on what, what language we're looking to include.
Mhm. So, often we'll refer an applicant, but actually, if you have specific conditions, actually, where we're wrestling around with, which I think you probably heard from, speaking to the applicant, you heard from planning and zoning, lengthy conversations as expressed and as reported back to us also from staff is off-highway vehicles are kind of running rampant these days on the resources out there. So it brings additional concerns to us. With that, it's gotten to a point where our sheriff's office is pretty much responding from call to call based on unsafe uses or just blatant disregard for property, resources, etc. So it puts a heavy burden on our sheriff's office. And so desire is to consult with the sheriff's office. It'll be additional demand associated with services if we have that happening. And so consultation with the sheriff is desired, as well as, I'm sure, tying it back into the education component, but part of it is a chance for the sheriff to discuss with you as an applicant the implications associated with that. Is that correct on that?
Here, Ryan, thank you. Couldn't have said it better myself. Exactly. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And so, we could put, a statement, a consultation with the sheriff's office associated with OE.
If I may, Chair Ryan.
Yeah, go ahead.
It'd be very similar to like condition number 12. The applicant shall coordinate with the Coconino County Sheriff's Department on issues related to enforcement and concerns or enforcement with regards to OHV issues and other potential law enforcement issues. It can be just that general, just so that we know that there is a collaboration or communication with the County Sheriff's Department.
That seems pretty simplistic. Does that look good, Rose? Or do we need more direction associated with that?
No, I think that's fine. As Supervisor Wiseman indicated, it's that consultation, that she wants to ensure occurs. And at the same time, you certainly want to point out the OHV issue, but not necessarily limit it to that. So I think that language sounds good.
Okay. Actually, it's a new one we're adding. So keep that one handy. Do you have it written up, Patrice, or did you capture that, Jess?
So, Supervisor Ryan, I have not captured that verbatim. I can work with Supervisor Horstman to capture that.
Okay, and that's a consideration. Okay, other questions or comments with staff on it? If not, we'll bring it back to deliberation of the board. We have an application that's before us. Application had a unanimous approval by planning and zoning You have a summary report of their statements. You also have public comments, both that have been submitted as well as public testimony that we heard. Discussion would be related to this, concerns or interest in modification. Let me open it up to the board for this. Okay. Is that you, Jess, bringing that up? There you go. Okay, Jess is prepared to respond to you, Patrice, as it's associated with. There you go. Let's give him a minute.
So Chair Ryan, how's that looking?
Okay, let's go to Supervisor Horstman. Patrice?
And I didn't realize I was on mute. So yes, that looks great. I think it's very general, but at least it has that collaboration with the County Sheriff's Department. So I like that. Thank you.
Okay. There we go. I'm not hearing much comment. I'll go ahead and discuss this a little bit. I've been wrestling with this one. As far as an application and design associated with it, it's a very good design. As far as the review by the planning and zoning, they took into many considerations, the implications of OHVs, noxious weeds. We have a lot of these things in our conditions associated with what the applicant has to do. If an application is approved, we haven't decided that yet. We have to wait until we go through our process here, which we're coming to real quick. It is a referral. There are elements, as noted by the applicant, that do not fall under our purview, it could be like ADOT in this case, Department of Transportation, ADOT. They are the ones that would require a traffic impact analysis associated with the interchange in the highway. It's a referral over to them, and it falls under their purview to do a review associated with it. So we have various conditions, fire, et cetera, that are in here. The wildlife piece was a question that I was wondering about, but I know we have an analysis done by our wildlife manager. It is an in-holding, so there's quite a bit of area around it. The wildlife also have the potential to continue with their adjacent opportunities for migratory corridors with it. Unfortunately, it's not fenced like we have fenced between Woods Canyon and Pinewood. Once upon a time, a project was put together based on the studies on Highway 260 that channels the elk into using underpasses or overpasses. So that's something that's needed along the highway corridor to enhance safety there. In terms of it's seeing that it's over 50% open space that's provided. It's accommodating some of my concerns. It's a little bit different. It'll be channelized as opposed to preserving a natural meadow, and yet it is looking at conveyance of the water. So that is a piece of it. The in-holding piece is it's a guidance document with a comprehensive plan because it's close to an interchange. Often that is an area where you have two different value components that are there associated with the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan usually pushes for maintaining 10-acre minimum in holdings that are not close to public roadways, whether they're county maintained roadways or interchanges or interstates. And then the other piece of it is it close to an interchange or not if it's an in-holding? So I can see where the Planning and Zoning Commission made their findings where that was the comparative is made, and it's accommodating. It makes sense. Why have development that's in the middle of the national forest? And yet, if it's by closer to infrastructure, particularly highway infrastructure, that's where a different discretion is used associated with it. So those were a couple of the pieces that I was looking at. It was the open space component, meadow component, as well as the in-holding discussion. So it is a unanimous decision by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Usually in an overt conflict would affect consideration beyond that. But I turn to the board members in terms of your thoughts associated with this. Do you want to comment on this at this point? We have a chance for dialogue. If we're not going into dialogue, then I'll start to consider a motion related to this. Board members? And an example of the dialogue would be, and we have a new board also, example of dialogue would be a discussion associated with, yes, I do support this. I am concerned about this particular issue. I would like to make a different condition, or I feel, you know, I do support this and these conditions, I think they meet the standards that I'm looking for. You would turn, you know, to the references staff provides associated with the ordinances or the conditions as well. If you find that you don't necessarily agree with what's going on, you need to explain using our documents of the plans or ordinances that we have as they relate to the findings. So I'm not seeing any supervisors that are ready to discuss, so I'll turn to Supervisor Horstman. Oh, I have Vice Chair Fowler.
Yes, thank you. I thought that, I think this is a really good design, and but the concerns from the communities are legitimate. They are, there are concerns about the ATVs in the forest and out in the community. We've been getting those complaints for some time throughout the county. But it is once they leave the property, you know, there's no control over that. So more developments come in with 151 RV sites and 147 cabins, and the number of people that can be there. That's a lot of people moving in. So them moving, and I like the Supervisor Horseman's at least consideration for consulting the sheriffs. We do not direct the sheriff to do its work in this area, but just recommending and consulting them, I think is really, I think that's important. The concerns off even beyond 1 mile is concern. The wildlife corridor, it's been answered, but we need to always consider the wildlife in the area. We know that this has been I think it's been a residential, ranch area, and the wildlife is probably always part of it now. That wildlife, their natural habitat's already been disturbed, but now it's going to be even more. So the fencing and the water ponds that will be there, and I'm sure, I guess that will work. And so the open space with a development like this, I think that will be good. And then the water use too. Water I was trying to listen out for how the water conservation was going to be done. I wanted to ask more about that also. The water is always a concern, and the number of people that are going to be moving in there. I think that might be another question that I wasn't able to ask, that I really should have asked earlier before our discussion. So maybe that can be answered by someone, because we need to really look at sustainability. And I was wondering if there was going to be any, I don't think I saw like the renewable energy, how that's going to be used in the area. Dark sky and sustainability is always our priority in the county. So that would be my comments for now, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Just for the sake of water, we're not talking about supply, but the question is associated with conservation.
This conservation, not the supply or anything like that, because that's out of our hands. That's what the state. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's correct. I'll turn to the applicant just to see if you can answer that question. So that would be Mr. Lutz or Mr. Lewis.
I'm going to go to Steve on that question.
Hello, Supervisor Ryan. I'm going to need that question repeated. I'm sorry.
So the question is a concern. We're not talking about water supply, but once you have water at the facilities, your conservation intent associated with your project there.
What we're proposing is a system that reuses water. We're reclaiming the wastewater and treating it to a higher quality so that we can use it for irrigation and landscaping, or landscape irrigation, and for the ponds and a recirculating water element at the site. So that in itself is a reduction of water use, really significant reduction in water use, especially during the summer months when more irrigation would be used and more evaporation would occur from our ponds and our stream. I wanted to explain for a second the reclaimed wastewater system. We will be distributing that treated water throughout the site. So this will be a very lush green environment all times of the year. except for winter when we can't discharge the effluent. We will have an underground system, septic system that we will use during the winter months. I hope that answers the question good enough. So we will be conserving water.
Supervisor or Vice Chair Fowler?
Thank you.
Okay. Let's bring it back to the board. And if there's no further discussion, this is a time to consider a motion. We need a decision, board members. Is there anybody that's going to make a motion here? That's not my prerogative as chair. I can't do that. I need a board member to make a motion.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Vice Chair.
Okay. I will make the motion that we approve this proposals with the change in the conditions as it was written, and I believe Jess captured it. I find that it is consistent with the goals and objectives and policy of comprehensive plan and this ordinance. And I don't see it as the change will not be detrimental to the public health, safety and comfort and convenience and welfare.
And then just further outlining, if that's a motion for approval, as I'm hearing, that is to approve ordinance 2021-08, approving a zone change from G general 10-acre minimum parcel size to RC resort commercial zone with approval of a master development plan for parcel number 400-13-001, a 62-acre property in Newman Park. So that is the rest of your motion, Vice Chair.
I was gonna get there.
Okay.
I was wondering if you could hear me. I was trying to get there. And you just said it, yes.
So that is your motion then. I need a second for the motion.
Thank you for assisting me. I was trying to get there. Thank you.
Okay, my apologies for interrupting that.
No, very good. Thank you.
I need a second for the motion. I'll go ahead and second the motion for the opportunity for discussion. Okay, discussion. Supervisor Horstman.
Yeah, and I know this is very hard one for me as well. I think that the plan as presented, they've done an excellent job of presenting a plan that looks with the contingencies on here, the conditions, I should say. You know, it looks like it is meeting the concerns and many of the requirements as set forth in our comprehensive plan. The reason why it still remains difficult for me is that here in Coconino County, we have large areas of rural, natural, open areas. You know, the vast landscapes of rural Coconino County is really part of our charm. It promotes our economy. It promotes our historical values. And that you know, obviously we have very strong philosophy of maintaining our wildlife and our water features, and to ensure that we are good stewards for the land here in Coconino County. And so this is a very large 300 unit project outside of the urban areas of Munns Park, obviously outside the urban area of Flagstaff. And, you know, I don't know if we can call it urban sprawl, but it causes me concerns. And that's why I did not make the motion, and it's why I didn't second the motion. On the other hand, it has received unanimous support from planning and zoning and from our staff. So it's, you know, it's something that even after spending a considerable amount of time going through this and going through our comprehensive plan and really studying it, and I was hopeful I would be a little bit more resolved here tonight than I am, to be honest with you. So I think that it's a good plan that's being presented. I think the conditions are excellent, but it still causes me concerns.
Other board members? Well, I'll get into that discussion also. You know, I'm right on the edge on this one. It's a well-designed project. There's no question about it. The piece that I'm looking at is, you know, typically as I've looked at projects like this that would go into the meadow areas, we usually have some level of preservation associated with the meadows, and often the designs are usually around the boundaries, and or we have incentives that occur that make sure that we are trying to take care of the natural features associated with it. I'm seeing what I perceive to be an urbanized design in one of our actually iconic gateways. As you look at the peaks and you have the meadow that's along that area. And so, you know, fair questions. I understand the planning and zoning where they could make the findings because it is by an interchange. It is along a highway. When it comes to the piece associated with the inholdings, I'm struggling more with the impact associated with this, and not a. It's just there's 54% that's open space, but 54 or almost 100% of it is modified, and so that's the piece I'm struggling with on that. You know, compliment you know, public comment associated with this in looking at findings associated with the comprehensive plan, outlined very well related to that, where I'm struggling making the findings for this one. If it had some level of a natural set aside associated with it, you know, I might flex a little more. The meadow itself, it is a view shed. It is an area in our comprehensive plan that looks for special attention associated with it. Pushed even further, we don't have to make zone changes. This is 10-acre minimum in a rural area in the comprehensive plan. So that's what I'm struggling with right now. And I love the design in terms of what they're trying to do. The other element that I had thought about that, it's, brings me closer to compromise, but I'm still struggling with it is, there's a discussion associated, you can see a public discussion that the newspaper created associated with glamping and what's happening. I like the intent of glamping because what's happening is it's a way of pulling folks out of the forests and reducing the impact associated with the forests. This isn't glamping. Well, it's almost a hybrid because you do have the RV sites. They're more of a long-term RV site, so it's different. It is a resort community that's being created. One element, again, associated with that is the housing component. It's a different way that provides housing, and we have a dire need of housing in the area. Even so, I'm struggling right now. I'm right on the edge, but I'm really struggling with this. Other board members. Not hearing from other board members. If I'm not hearing from other board members, I'm going to go and call for the vote. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. All against the motion, vote nay.
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 Supervisor Vasquez? You have to vote if you're in a meeting. Supervisor Vasquez? Do we have Supervisor Vasquez on the line?
Yes, we do, Chairman.
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Vasquez, how do you vote? Supervisor Vasquez? Well, that would be telling me Supervisor Vasquez is no longer present during this meeting. We have 4 votes opposed to this application. We could not make the findings of fact here. Okay. To the applicant, a lot of work that went into this, very high quality work. Really, you understand there would be frustration on your side. However, that is the vote of the board as it relates to our plans and ordinance. With that, I have no further items on the agenda. At this point, I'm going to adjourn the meeting.
Thank you, Chair. Good night, all.
Good night.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Good night.
Ah, what happened?